Welcome back here to the Johan Volsteedt Oval, home of Grey College. It is semi-final time and it's a brilliant week so far here at the Khaya Majola 2025. With me here is Dom and John. And Dom, I'm going to start with you first. What a brilliant week this has been for all these youngsters. The weather has played its part, as well as the wickets and the places where they played.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic week of cricket so far. The boys have played some really good cricket. We've seen some very competitive games, some narrowly lost games, and some players have actually batted really well. Young Ruben van Zyl has just been absolutely dominant over the last couple of days over here on the Johan Volsteedt Oval. So, exciting times ahead for the next couple of days.
John, what has it been for you watching all these youngsters come out here? I mean, they've come from all parts of South Africa and representing their province.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and what's been amazing to see this week, especially from a batting perspective, is the maturity of the batting. We've seen 11 centuries. It's been fantastic, but not just that. We've seen guys dig in. We've seen ingenuity in the middle. So a lot of exciting prospects for the future of South African cricket.
Well, let's touch on that, Dom. 11 centuries, 33 50s. I mean, you're a batter as well. I mean, the conditions here has just been brilliant. In tough sort of conditions where there have been rain overnight and the groundsmen, wherever they've been playing, had to do a lot of work. But these batters cannot complain about the surfaces they're playing on.
Yeah, some absolute belters of surfaces. I mean, we've seen over the past couple of days, there's been sort of 100 every day scored. So the wickets have been fantastic, and it's great to see that the players at such a young age already are keen to dig in and score those big hundreds. I mean, the record is very much, we've been chatting about that on comms a lot. The record for the week is very much in danger. I think it's 15 or 16. 1500. So we're sitting at 11 so far. So that could be very much in danger this week.
Well, John, in the other group there is the other semi-finals. The CSA invitation, in my view, has been a really good concept. This is the second year that they've come in, sort of built up from players that haven't made the provincial teams this year, and they've really done well. And they're again in that semi-final. They're up against Mpumalanga. We also have Easterns playing against Northwest. That's a little bit of a derby there as well. I mean, it's just been brilliant seeing those teams come together in those semi-finals as well.
Yeah, it's the amazing thing of this tournament in itself is the opportunities that it's been creating, and to see these guys come up the ranks where they're not necessarily been chosen ideally first, and they're showing that they still have the skill, they have the class to make it to this level. And so very excited to see what the outcome of those games will be today.
Well, I'm glad I've got Dom here with me, because the platinum semi-finals, let's talk about the Yuxkay derby, Lions Titans. I've had a few, you've had plenty.
Yep.
I mean, it's at the main oval here in Bloemfontein. It's just brilliant having those two teams packing against each other in a semi-final. Let's just talk about the enormity of a Yuxkay derby first and foremost, and maybe what it will mean for these boys.
I've played in plenty, as you mentioned, and it's always a highly competitive game. You obviously want the bragging rights for the season. So we've had the edge in the professional setup over the last couple of years of the Titans. So another massive game for them, and hopefully the Lions boys will stand up on top today.
Yeah, and then brings us back here to the Johan Volsteedt Oval here, where it is Western Province, the team that won it last year, boys, up against the Tuskers. And the Tuskers probably done really well to get to where they are here now in the semi-final, and they probably got less pressure on them. Let's talk about that just for a second, John, if I can have your view on that. Tuskers played some good cricket. They had some close games and got off the line yesterday against Eastern Province to get them here.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of grit so far in this tournament. It's not been the easiest route for them. They've had to dig in, they've had to get themselves out of uncomfortable situations, but they are going against the former champions that are being really good this week so far. A lot of big names that have scored a lot of runs, so it's going to be an interesting match here.
And then back to you, Dom. This game here, Western Province, they are the form side. They've won all their games in the group. They've also got star-studded men in that team. They've got Paul James, you've got Adnan Lachadeen, you've got Kruiskamp, you've got Daniel Cook. You've got so many, the captain, Daniel Bosman. They've all chipped in. It's sort of been a real team performance from Western Province. They will probably go into this game as favourites, won't they?
Yeah, 100%. You'd expect them to be favourites, also defending champions, and with the star-studded lineup they have, it's all about them just making sure that they rock up today and they make sure that they're highly competitive. The Tuskers, they've had a couple of close games, just chatting to their coach, they are looking forward to this contest, and it's going to be a great great game of cricket today.
Again, to all the scorers, umpires, a great deal of thanks to you guys as well as Pitch Vision have brought us all the action here from Bloemfontein. For us, we are looking forward to the semi-final. I think it's going to be a close run thing. Hopefully the weather will stay fine and fair for us, us to enjoy this clash. But for now, from us, we are going to go over to the toss and see what's going to happen there, this vital toss of the semi-final in this Platinum Group between Western Province and the Tuskers. of the 2025 Khaya Majola Cricket Week held here at the wonderful ground of Grey College here in Bloemfontein. We have Western Province and their captain Daniel Bosman and Ben Hockley, the captain of Tuskers. Amy, the umpire that will be standing here as well, just going to oversee the toss. I'm going to ask Daniel Bosman if he can toss a coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and I think, and heads it is. What are you going to do, Mr. Hockley?
We're going to have a bowl first.
What's your thinking behind that?
It's a freshly new wicket. Got quite a strong seam attack. Back our seamers. Yeah, I think they're going to get the best purchase out of it, and then we back our batsmen later on to knock it off.
You guys had some few close games in this competition as well, and then just managing to get across the line to get you to this all-important semi-final. You guys must be well chuffed with that.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, it's character building, to be honest, from the first 2 days. I think that's why we got over the line yesterday.
Do you guys feel a little bit of pressure, or is it just go out there and enjoy yourselves today?
Oh, no pressure. I mean, to be honest, we're coming in here as the underdogs, so there's no pressure on us. We're just going to play freely, play our games, and yeah, go for it, to be honest.
Who's sitting out for you today?
Liam O'Dwyer and Reece Wilson.
Go well today.
Cool, thank you.
Daniel? Well, would you have batted or bowled first there?
We would have had a bat first.
Okay, so you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah, very happy.
It's been a really good week for you guys. You won all 3 games so far, just getting across the line. A little bit of a toughie. That probably helps a little bit of the thought process in your team.
Yeah, no, yesterday was a tough fixture. But I think, it definitely helps keeping the guys grounded, not getting ahead of themselves. So, really happy about it.
I know you guys won all 3 of your games so far again, but this is knockout time. This is semi-final, so you want to come out here and just sort of express yourselves.
Yeah, no, this is a big game, an important game. Obviously not trying to get ahead of ourselves or anything, just playing this game, staying present is key for us today.
Who's sitting out for you today?
Dan Cook, Lumelo Mgoba and Michael Kruiskamp.
Okay, go well today.
Thank you.
I'll take that from you. That is the news here at the toss, where we have the Tuskers winning that all-important semi-final toss, and they've elected to have a bowl first.
Good morning, and I'm joined pitchside by Michael Kruiskamp. Michael, just congratulations on the S under 19 selection. What are your expectations for the World Cup, and how are you feeling about that?
Thank you so much. I'm very excited. Obviously, it's been a dream for a while. It all happened quite quickly for me, but obviously extremely excited. Can't wait to get started. Obviously, definitely a bit of nerves, but can't wait to get going. And then obviously a lovely opportunity. So it's just been a dream come true for me.
And quite a close game yesterday against, was it Boland?
Yeah, Boland.
Talk us through that game, and what are the sort of expectations ahead of the semi-final today against the Tuskers?
I think Boland, we maybe came in a little bit too complacent. I think obviously we had two great games to start off the week, bonus point wins, and I think maybe we were just a bit complacent, which made it a bit closer. Our energies were a bit down, but obviously ended up coming over the line. Great innings from one of our players helped us there. And then today we're obviously very excited to get going with the semi-final. Energies are high. Obviously, as defending champions, we want to keep that going. So everyone's very excited.
And what are your thoughts on the week so far? How have you found the Khaya Majola week?
It's been great. Obviously, this is my first one. Definitely exceeded my expectations. It's been a great time. Meeting new guys, playing with new people. It's been great.
Thank you for your time and good luck today.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I'm joined pitchside now by Tando Zama. Tando, you've had a good week with the bat so far. Can you talk us through some of your success and what has been your recipe for success?
Yeah, obviously got a good start against Coastals early on in the week. I think that really just set me off for the week. I've got a couple of starts in the last 2 games, but I'm looking to convert to 100 soon.
And a couple of close games from your team over the last couple of days. What is sort of the vibe like in the camp today ahead of the semi-final against Western Province?
Yeah, it's very positive actually. Against the Lions, quite a strong side. Obviously, pinned to be like the winners of the whole tournament. To perform quite well against them. The lads are positive. Runs are being scored. Obviously, Ben scored 100 against the Lions, a big 100. They really set us up, so guys are quite excited.
And how has your experience been so far of the Khaya Majola week?
It's been quite fun. Luckily, the pitches have been quite nice to the batsmen. But it's starting to turn a bit more now, sort of starting to notice. So spin will obviously have a big part now. But yeah, we're quite excited.
Well, all the best today and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all our viewers. We are here in Bloemfontein, the City of Roses, for this matchup. We are at the beautiful ground of Grey College, the Johan Volsteedt Oval, for this semi-final match between the Tuskers and the Western Province. My name is John Hammer. I'm joined in commentary this morning by Dominic Hendricks. Good morning.
Good morning, John. Good morning, John. And yeah, great to be here. Looking forward to this contest. Western Province are currently unbeaten. And yeah, the Tuskers have had a couple of close games.
It's been a fascinating tournament as is, and we are so looking forward to this fixture here. The news from the middle was the Tuskers won the toss and decided to bowl first. Your thoughts on that decision, Dom?
Yeah, it's quite an interesting one, but I take it they are backing themselves to chase this afternoon. This wicket's actually been really, really good over the last 3 days. We're on a fresh one this morning.
Right, as we see the fielders taking to the field now. They're going to be starting this match from the U19 end. This morning, the weather forecast, we don't have much rain anticipated, which is good news. We've had some rain in the beginning of this tournament. The wind, however, today, currently at 18 kilometers per hour. North to south wind, currently blowing quite hard. It'll be Samuel Hughes bowling his first over from the U19 end.
And the man taking guard at the moment is James Rob Quinlan, a tall right-handed batter, wicket-keeper batter. Yeah, and very interesting to note, there's only one fielder out inside this power play so far, so they've just got a fine leg, quite a square one, 2 men catching behind. And he's hit a beautiful length so far.
Dom, we were looking at this wicket before this match and we just saw a bit of fresh grass on the wicket there on a good length. I think that will play a role today.
Yeah, this wicket looks slightly different from the others that we've seen. There's a bit more fresh grass, a bit of green grass. So there might be a bit of lateral movement, maybe a bit of bounce for the seamers. We'll just have to wait and see. You see a beautiful length so far with the new ball. And I think the challenge has been this week so far, particularly at this oval, is how to get wickets. So we haven't seen a lot of wickets sort of falling in the power play. And yeah, the wicket's been actually really good for batting. You saw yesterday Ruben van Zyl score a nice big 100 over here, his second one at this venue. So challenging for the bowlers. And again, beautifully bowled. They sail nicely into a length here.
This is beautiful stuff here early on from Samuel Hughes, left armour.
Yeah, as you can hear on our mics, there is quite a bit of wind today, but it is quite a sunny day, nice and beautiful. A couple of clouds in the sky, so we're expecting a good day's cricket.
There's an
Short.
appeal.
And it's caught behind. Looks like there was a bit of an under edge. And the Tuskers strike in their first over.
Dom, you were just speaking about taking wickets in the power play and that teams have been finding it difficult here at the Johan Volsteedt Oval. But Samuel Hughes has been bowling a brilliant over thus far. He's been hitting his lengths. He's beaten the outside edge a couple of times. We have seen this week that Rob Quinlan loves to go on the pull. As he tried again, but this time getting the slightest of edges as it goes through to the captain with the gloves, Ben Hookley.
Yeah, and the new man to the crease is Paul James. He didn't play yesterday, but fresh off 100 a couple of days ago. He scored a beautiful 100 over just at this very venue. And I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to getting going this morning. Yeah, great over from you so far. Only conceding the 1 run off the first ball. And striking rather. Most importantly, as I mentioned earlier, it's been a tough venue for the seamers, or for the bowlers in general, not much an offer for them. So can he close off a beautifully constructed over so far? Oh, and there's a bit of a mix-up. But great piece of fielding at backward point. No damage done. And that concludes the first over. Western Province are 1 for 1 after the first.
This is exactly what the Tuskers would have wanted. They've elected to bowl first, and their plan has worked. They've taken out the first wicket. Also, what needs to be noted is Daniel Cook is sitting out today as well for the Western Province. He has looked brilliant also in this week. So the plan has worked for the Tuskers.
And from the rugby end of the ground, we have Dakshesh Raja, a right arm seamer. Took 2 for 31 yesterday, so I'm sure he's going to look to continue his work and where he left off. Yeah, again, interesting to see the Tuskers set up. Solitary slip in a gully, and just quite a square fine leg again. Oh, and he's come in and hit a nice aggressive length up front. Looks like he's hitting the deck nice and aggressively, which we love to see.
Look good, bit of bounce.
It's been noticeable this week so far that bowling from the rugby end, there's been a lot more bounce on offer for the seamers. As we see there again, a bit of extra bounce just tucked into the leg side from Adnan Lakhadin. Yeah, we've seen so far this week there's been loads of runs scored on this particular surface, or on these 3 surfaces that we've played on so far. And the key to the success of the batters has been looking to score all the time.
Tell you what, Dom, I don't think it is as easy as the Western Province has found it during the course of this week. At the moment, the bowling is brilliant. The wind is playing a role. It is blowing a bit harder here.
Yeah, for those of you that are listening and watching us on the stream, the wind is blowing from this rugby end downwind, so a bit more behind it here for Raja. And that's stuck beautifully off his hip. There's some work to do in the deep. And that's a great stop in the deep. Scamper through for 2. Again, very noticeable how much bounce there is from this rugby end. But it's been great to see so far is how good the Tuskers have been in terms of their lines and their lengths.
Great stop in the deep, saving 2 valuable runs early in this innings.
And we see our first extra for the morning. Yeah, Roger looks quite a skiddy bowler. Looks like he is rushing the batters a touch, and there is, as we've mentioned a couple times already, a bit of extra bounce on offer, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge with a new ball this morning. We haven't seen that much this week.
The Tuskers are bowling good line and length here the first 2 overs, and as Dom says, it's not looking as comfortable there in the middle at the moment. Not a lot of opportunities being given. So Paul James, these men from the Western Province will have to dig themselves in here for a moment.
As that one is left alone from James, and that brings to a close the second over of the morning. 5 for 1 Western Province are. Yeah, some good energy so far. Just looking at the Tuskers in the field, they've been quite loud and energetic. Of course, this is the 4th day of a 5-day week, so I'm sure the bodies must be tired, but energies are really good so far this morning. And beautifully bowled by Samuel Hughes. Again, he's found a great length on the surface so far, asking all the right questions.
He's on fire so far this morning in the 7 deliveries he's bowled, as this one again beats the outside edge. And that's exactly what a fast bowler wants to see. Everyone's probably watched the Test cricket in slow motions, the ball beating the bat.
Yeah, again, nice and tight on the stumps. Looking to get as much out of the surface as possible with this new ball. And again, we can hear quite a bit of noise from the fielders. Quite energetic this morning. Short, and it's pulled, and it's gone all the way. What a great way to hit your first boundary of the day, and it's gone for a maximum.
Beautiful shot here. Just stepping across his wickets, anticipating the length, as this ball was just delivered. A bit more straight.
And on this occasion, slightly wider and played beautifully behind square for another boundary. Nakhudin looking the part here this morning.
That's a beautiful stroke. He's being very proactive there in the middle, not allowing Samuel Hughes, who's bowled brilliantly so far, to settle. Just trying to disturb his line, stepping across his wickets, and that's a beautiful ball.
And that's what I've liked so far about sort of most of the batters that have played on the surface this week. They haven't been shy to impose themselves, so been very proactive. And we saw yesterday with Free State, we were sort of crying for it in the commentary box, where the batters were sort of just playing from the same place a lot of the time. So great to see that he's not shy to get out there and make the bowler think a little bit.
Now you'll have to see this level of ingenuity there in the middle, where it really looked difficult from the first over from Samuel Hughes, who's bowled brilliantly, but Lahadin making a plan to unsettle him. It's the end of the third over, 15 for the loss of 1.
Full and bit of an inside edge there from Paul James, and they sneak through for a quick single. I've been really impressed so far this morning with both these seamers. Just asking all the right questions, testing the defense of the batters. And again, we haven't seen it a lot this week. It's been very batsman friendly. And when I say batsman friendly, I mean the surfaces, that is. We've already seen 11 centuries scored this week so far. The record has been 15, which was previously scored in Bloemfontein in 2012, I think. So that record is definitely in danger this week, with still 2 full days of cricket to go.
And we heard it at the toss, the captain of the Tuskers, Ben Hookley, electing to bowl first and saying he's trusting in his seamers. And so far this morning they have delivered.
Yeah, Province were happy to bat first, as we saw them do the same thing the other day. So sort of a win-win at the moment. Oh, and he's bowled him. Looks like it's just skid through the defences. And Lahadin's been bowled. And the Tuskers strike again. 15 for 2. My apologies, 16 for 2.
Raja gets his first wicket. He's looked dangerous. Dom has been very impressed with his bowling this morning. He's looked fast, he's looked fierce. And as we look at this,
yeah, it looks like a bit of an inside edge, but signaling with his hand there that it's sort of nipped back. Again, Raja, not the tallest fellow, so being quite quick off the surface, and it looks like on this occasion it's just skid through. So great toss, or great decision to bowl first from the Tuskers so far this morning. Justifying that, taking 2 in this power play. And we're only into the 4th over. So great pressure being put on Province here.
ever so slight chop on, just slightly dislodging the wickets, but that will be enough for him to depart. New man to the middle, Sigabi, who's got a lot of work here this morning. I don't think he expected to come in this early, Dom.
Well, the way they've batted this week, you could say that, but it's one of the beauties of batting at the number 4 position. You must be ready at all times. You could walk in the first over, or inside the power play, or you could walk in in the 40th over. I've seen it plenty of times before, so need to be adaptable at that position. Roger's been so impressive this morning. He's attacked the stumps, he's hit his lengths aggressively. Can he do more of the same? This one's tucked around the corner. Work for fine leg to do, but easily going to the boundary, and he brings up his first boundary, getting off the mark straight away.
This time Raja just pushing it a bit too straight. And that does allow the new man to get off the mark with the boundary.
Yeah, it looked like there was a bit of seam movement on offer there, so I'm sure the seamers must be really happy with what they've seen so far. Oh, and an aggressive bouncer early up, just to get the new men thinking. Brings to a close the 4th over. Western Province are 20 for the loss of 2.
First real bouncer, asking a lot of questions here from the new man in the middle. And what a great over for the Tuskers. They have elected to bowl first, and they have their 2 big wickets within this power play. We're only 4 overs in, and it's going to be Samuel Hughes to continue from the Unisi end.
Oh, and he's nicked it. And that's a big wicket of Paul James. Absolute peach of a delivery. And the Tuskers are flying here this morning. 20-for-3 within the first 5 overs of this power play. Province under massive pressure now.
My oh my, the big wicket of Paul James as he has to depart. The Tuskers are flying here this morning. 3 wickets within the power play. Western Province would feel it's against the run of play. But again, a beautiful delivery from Samuel Hughes. He's been in that channel the whole morning, and he's found the edge twice. It's been brilliant stuff here from the youngster.
Yeah, and something I actually wanted to mention is that it definitely looks like the Tuskers are up for this. The energies have been fantastic so far this morning. And that man in shot, Samuel Hughes, has started off the morning beautifully with the ball, asking all the right questions and being handsomely rewarded so far with his 2 wickets.
We were talking about it earlier this week that we haven't actually seen a lot of caught behind or anything really behind the stumps, the ball carrying. But this morning it's been carrying beautifully.
Yeah, and that could be a tribute to this fresh surface. We did speak about a bit of extra grass covering that we've seen so far this morning, and it is allowing this new ball to do the talking. The new man to the crease is Daniel Bosman.
The skipper now in the middle. He's also batted well this week, but he's got a big job here to do today.
Yeah, 3 down early doors. So definitely on the back foot, Western Province are. Just going to need a partnership to get through this power play and this new ball. So some traditional cricket against the new ball is what's going to be needed here. As Hughes just strays a touch too straight on this occasion, and Bosman is off the mark, down to fine leg.
We were talking about what would be a par score here today, considering the runs that have been scored on this ground this week. And we were saying 300 or 280 is what we would consider par.
Yeah, it's possibly a bit too early for that, because obviously a fresh surface, so playing quite differently as opposed to the last couple of days. So we'd have to see how it unfolds.
morning. It just shows how much a difference a different wicket does make in the playing conditions. And we've seen a lot of runs this week, but so far this wicket has been spicy. It has had a lot to offer for the seamers, which we haven't really seen so far this week.
Yeah, the surface has been rather placid for all bowlers involved. So great to see that they are having an opportunity to express their skills this morning, and that they've done beautifully so far. It's edged, and there's no third man, and it's gone for 4. Just begs the question, with them 3 down, could they have had an extra man in the slip cordon? Again, beautifully bowled by Hughes. Yeah, just 1 slip at the moment, so... Oh, and as I say that, they've brought an extra man into the slip cordon. So, Tuskers opting for 2 slips in the gully here. But have they missed an opportunity with not bringing that man in earlier? And that's played and missed again. What a beautiful over by Hughes this was. Brings to a close the 5th. Province at 25 for 3. And looking under some serious pressure here.
There's been a seamers masterclass here from the Tuskers this morning. And it has been a discussion this week, Dom, of reactive cricket, where we've seen things might possibly be being playing out, and again, opportunity that has gone through that slip cordon, missing that slip fielder, and was only added afterwards. You just wondered, thinking, could that have been taken? They had made that decision earlier.
Again, when you have a team 3 down early doors and the ball is talking, I was always a fan of getting that extra man out of the covers and getting him catching behind if there is something in it for the seamers. And again, beautifully bowled. Yeah, I'd love to see, even from this end, an extra man in the cordon, because this is the big wicket for them. If they can get this man, Daniel Bosman, into the shed early, Western Province would be under some serious pressure.
Brilliant bowling here. Once again from Raja. He's got 1 slip, first slip in place, and it looks like the 3rd slip. No gully.
Yeah. Ring field in the cover, so point cover, extra cover, and mid off. Straight on this occasion, and flick past fine leg for his first boundary. Straying slightly too straight on this occasion. Left hand, obviously, left and right combination, just doing him in a bit here. And that's nicked and gone through that vacant second slip region, and that's gone for another boundary. To my fellow commentator to my left here, Eugene Molian, who's not on air at the moment, is asking why is there no third man. My question to you is, why is there not an extra slip in? These opportunities are being produced with this new ball.
It's another opportunity. 2nd over in a row.
And again, very reactive from the Tuskers. They've just now put in the second slip. Edged over the slips. And that's gone for another boundary. That's 3 boundaries in the space of 3 balls for Bosman. Looks like it's all happening here this morning.
This one a bit wider. Bosman slashing at it, hitting it hard as it flies over the slip cordon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be disheartened if I was in the field now seeing Bosman playing this many shots with against this new ball. Steps across his stumps. He's gone straight and he's driven this wide of mid-on. What a beautiful cricket shot. That's 4 boundaries in 4 balls from Bosman. And that takes the score to 41 for the loss of 3. And that's after 6 overs.
Stunning shot from Bosman, stepping across his wickets. This time Raja bowling it a bit fuller. Bosman getting all of it driven past mid-on.
And it's a lot to like about that shot. Hitting it with a straight bat, basically through a mid-wicket. Through the mid-wicket region is, number one, shows a shot of high class, but again, just shows how balanced he was with him initially moving across the stumps. So great cricket shot and great pressure being thrown back at the Tuskers.
So it wasn't necessarily a bad over from Raja. He was bowling the right areas, asking the right questions.
Short, and this is pulled by Sigabe. Some work to do in the deep, and that's gone for a boundary. Great pull shot. And it's good to see that Province are still, any opportunity that they get, trying to put pressure on the Tuskers bowlers. And this one's punched beautifully behind point. And that brings up another boundary for Sigabe. Some great, a great exhibition of batsmanship here against this new ball.
The Tuskers must just keep this together now, just have a chat. They've conceded a lot of boundaries in the last 2 overs. 6 boundaries now, consecutively.
Yeah, that's better. That's where he wants to be. Getting the top of the stumps. That's the thing I've been impressed about with Province so far this week. Every time I've seen them play, they've always looked to take the game to the bowlers and put pressure back on them. Any opportunity to score, they've jumped on board very quickly. It's a short and pulled again into the deep. Chases on. Fielder does the retrieving, and they come through for 3. And that brings up the 50 for Western Province, coming up in the 7th over.
.50 up in the 7th over with 3 wickets down. It just proves your point there, Dom. Western Province doesn't like to hang around. They like to take the attack to the bowlers. And with 3 wickets down, they're still looking to play confidently. And this time Sigabe going for the pull shot, not getting all of it. But they're still scoring currently at 8 runs and over.
And I think that's sort of the modern way of playing these days. No matter what's happening with the surface or from the bowler's point of view, the batters are always looking to score, always looking to be positive. So great to see them putting pressure back on the Tuskers bowlers, who've actually bowled exceptionally so far this morning. Defended beautifully, and that brings to a close the 7th. Western Province 52 for the loss of 3. And with that, I will take a short break, and John will be joined in commentary box by Eugene Molian.
It's all happening there, fella.
See Raja continue from the rugby's end.
Very good morning to you, John. And a great deal of thanks to Dom for getting us through that first half an hour. And if you're a Western Province supporter, well, Dom bagged 3 wickets there for the Tuskers, but they have really been up for it in the semi-final, haven't they, John?
You know, this has been a brilliant spell of cricket so far this morning. We have seen some exceptional bowling and batting, some craftsmanship, and it's really been a thrill to watch.
Yeah, this is another Khaya Majola week for Raja. It's quite a, as we say, a wiry bowler. Really gets it down there when he steams in. He's not the tallest of lads, but he's very, very skiddy. So you can sort of rush bowler or batsman if at times as well. And especially on a track like this here that we have here today, there's some nice fresh grass on it. But I would say as well, there was a couple of soft dismissals, I think, if we're really honest about it, with inside that Western Province men that have gone. The only one you might say was Paul James. Got a real beauty going across him, caught by the keeper, and they've been really up for it. I think Rob Quinlan maybe going too early on that pull shot, getting a faint tickle, and then Adnan Lakhadi not having the best of weeks, just playing on. But again, John, we're talking about the same things. No third man. We've seen quite a few fours in those directions.
That has been disappointing from the Tuskers in that sense, is that they've had the pressure on them. They know where the ball was going to go. There was a moment that the Western Province players were not seeing it all too well. Thick outside edges, slashing at the ball, and unfortunately, a lot of boundaries going their way.
Well, if you take 3 of the boundaries, just 3, not taking all of them, take 3 of the boundaries that have gone in that direction, minus that score by 12. Minus that score by 12, John. You're sitting at 41, end of the 8th, in the power play, 3 down. I think the Tuskers would rather be happy with that position here. Yeah, they're happy with the 3 wickets. However, 53, and this partnership on 33, and the run rate sitting at 7.2.
And also, we were just discussing, the reactive play, and that they didn't have that slips in there when they took the 3 wickets, and that there was possibly 2 more chances. Could have gone to hand.
Yeah, I think this is one-day cricket for me. This is one-day cricket. It's 50 overs. The team that scores the most runs wins, or the team that can restrict the other team from getting to your score wins. That's 50 over cricket. So you want to minimize that. I'm not sure why we don't have a third man. We saw a ball slash away over the slips, going down past point where third man could come around. I know I'm sounding like a stuck record from this past week. It's nicely tucked off the hip there, just for one, and that's all that Sagabi has to do here. Bosman seemed to be very, very attacking. It was a glorious shot that he played here on the onside. Great use of the feet. Saw you guys in awe of that shot. 8 overs gone, 54 for 3.
Now, in the midst of the chaos here this morning, we have seen some brilliant shots from the Western Province. Innovation, taking the attack to the bowlers. And just to go back to your point there, Eugene, now, you've got them 3 down. You know the danger that these guys pose with the bat. You've got them uncomfortable. Your seamers have something in the wicket for a moment. You have to understand there's only a moment where there's going to be something on offer with the new ball. You know, I would say go for it. Have your slips in there. Have the third man in there. Try get as much as you can out of it.
Zanibe. The new bowler coming in there from the UNICN. He's taking over from Hughes. Bowled very nicely, I have to say that. But looks like it's another left arm over the wicket bowler. Starts with one just wide outside the off stump. Well, I'm going to start by saying these 3. There were 3, maybe even 4. I'm going to go with 4 boundaries in that third man region. I'm going to start counting, especially in the first power play. And then we're going to compare that when Western Province bowls, see how many times the ball has gone down there and how many runs they have conceded. Oh, that ball just died in the surface there.
Hopefully once off doesn't occur again, but that was a bit concerning the way it stayed that low.
Yeah, we saw that on day 1 where the ball was acting a little bit indifferently, but the pitches here have been good. All the games thus far getting over 250. Well, again, the ball just dying the surface there. Good work at second slip. It's Zama that finds himself there at second slip. He's had a good week. I think we're in for a good little semi-final here.
Looking very interesting today. You cannot call it. It's still very early in the semi-final, but we've seen very good cricket from both sides. And Gene, just going back to your point, obviously these teams have been selected provincially. These guys have played a lot against each other at some point in their schooling career. Oh, this one's staying a bit low again. Bosman doing well to keep that one out.
Yeah, these boys will know each other. Maybe not so much from Western Province in, because what we find is players from the KZN area, they might come here to Bloem. It's a little bit easier to travel to Bloem, maybe a little bit easier to go to Joburg. It's still a good 2-hour flight from KZN to the Western Cape region. But there are so many tournaments that's happening all over the place.
So my question is, you know, you're coming into the side, you possibly played with these guys, and, you know, how much expression do you think you have, freedom of expression, sitting your own field, saying, listen, I know what I want? Oh, as we see another bouncer from Raja.
I would like to think at this level that there should be, especially from a bowler's point of view, and we had several discussions about that after the game or even during the game, and there's so many experienced heads sitting up there where we have the likes of Anton Ferreira, Maquette's there, the under-19 coach as well, and there's other coaches, his coaching staff and selectors, and that is one of the questions that has been raised. Oh, that is going to be tickled just down the leg side, just losing his way there, and that's another boundary.
As a bowler myself back in the day, I was always very meticulous on the field that I wanted and the angles that I wanted from my captain, irrelevant who the captain was. I wanted my field, and I had my game plan. I just get a sense, what we've seen so far this tournament, from a bowler's perspective, I would not always necessarily be happy with the field that's been put in place.
Then it goes back to, good point you make, then it goes back to, is the bowler aware of the field? Is the bowler aware of what he needs as a field for his type of bowling? Every bowler is different, like a seamer to a spinner. And just to bring into context what you're talking about there, there's been 10 boundaries, 1-6. There's been 46 runs out of 59 that have come in boundaries. And that is a worrying sign.
Just to also argue that point, they've got a fine leg in place, but it's more of a square leg, very square of the wicket. We've seen how many boundaries go very fine this morning to that fine leg region.
I've lost count.
So I'm thinking as a bowler, hang on, just bring that man a bit finer, because I hated conceding boundaries because of unnecessary mistakes like that, getting the angles wrong on the field.
So the reason why he would be that wide is twofold. They want to sort of give him a little bit of protection on that side, and he's got a good short ball that Raja has. So they want to give him that. Oh, that was... Now, you as a bowler, there's one for you, John. That was fairly tight to that wide line. I'm sure our producer will show us that delivery, and then we can see what sort of the standard Amy has set out here for these boys as well. But yeah, I'm with you. You can't go hedge your bets both ways.
My thinking is, he's bowled really well this morning, Raja, as we...
That's fair. I know the ball swung afterwards. That ball swung afterwards. For me, good call from Amy, setting the stall out, because more often than not, you look at where the ball's taken by the keeper and you think, come on, umpire, surely. But this started wide. That's a fair call for me.
Oh, this one's in the air, mid-wicket. It's taken. That's the 4th wicket down here for the Western Province. Sigabi perishes as Raja gets his man. We've been talking about that shorter delivery coming into the body. Sigabi, who's been keen to pull this morning, gets this one all wrong. And it's a soft dismissal. Easy catch for mid-wicket.
That's what happens when the ball just stands tall and you try to turn around, just a leading edge. We said that this fella Raja skids the ball on a little bit quicker than most. Bangs it in. And yeah, you can see the way he's trying to do that. He's trying to play, but it should be with a straighter bat. And he just sort of angle that, gets a leading edge. And that promising partnership comes to an end. Now then, the man walking in here, Sheikh, he needs to do what he has done yesterday. If you just look at that bat angle, he won't be happy with that when he sees it. But Sheikh got his team through yesterday, and he's got to do it again here today for Western Province. They're in a bit of bother here, 60 for 4, just outside the power play.
And I would say that partnership was building. It was something that they required. They were just starting to find a groove, but a crucial wicket breaking that partnership. As we see Rob Quinlan that had to depart in that first over. Paul James, the big wicket of Paul James, he only contributing 3 today.
Yeah, I got it down as Sheikh to come in next, but in fact, it looks like it's Magaloza that's come and join his captain, Daniel Bosman. But look at those. Look at that. The under 9 getting a start, 12, then played on. Rob Quinlan went for a pull shot, got a little tickle. Paul James got a beauty from Hughes. Just a faint tickle. And then we just saw the end of Sigabi. Third man 9 place. Oh, this is a massive. Now, if they get Daniel Bosman, Western Province will be in all sort of bother.
And Tuskers know it. If they can remove the skipper here, they will be having a big smile on their faces. Looking at this ball. Oh, it's a brilliant, brilliant stuff here from the Tuskers. They're hitting their marks here, the Seamers.
Full delivery yet again, and let me tell you, coat of varnish, or maybe an extra sticker on those stumps.
This is a masterclass display here this morning. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Tell you what, Eugene, Western Province defending champions will have to show that they are the defending champions today to get on top of this match, because they're in all sorts of trouble here.
yeah, and when I was there at the toss, I know both teams got what they wanted. But Dom and myself looked at this pitch, and when we looked at that surface, there was some fresh grass. And it was in very particular areas on that pitch. Not saying it's a bad thing. Not saying that at all. Down the ground he goes. Daniel Bosman, he's still going to play his game. That's gone for papers. 4 more to him.
What we also have to add here, Eugene, is that both sides still need to bat. So we saw a couple of days ago Western Province putting up 311 and making things look easier, and we saw Ruben van Zyl come out and do a masterclass in that power play.
Well, that's half stop. And he comes through for that single. Yeah, I understand both teams need to play, but the game starts now. So 65 for 4, that's not where Western Province would have wanted to be at this stage as well. They've got attacking men in the hutch that have come and gone. And for me, if you look at it, out of that 4, 3, in my view, have been real soft dismissals. And that's what the coaching staff probably wouldn't or don't like or didn't like from their men up top of the order. And if you look at it, first real short ball to Rob Quinlan, went for the pull, got a faint tickle. You're allowed to have a look and see how the ball's going to react and etc. Over ends 11 off, 11 gone, 65 for 4. Adnan Lahadin playing on. You know, you've seen Raja so many times. Comes back to your point about do these guys know each other? You should do. You've played them so often. You know he's a little bit of a skidder. You know he will come and maybe rush you. So you got to try, right, okay. Don't try and turn it around too much. Just hit the ball straight back. Present the full face of the bat on. Paul James got a good nut for me. Going across him, got a faint tickle. Sigabe, we just seen try to force something where he shouldn't need to.
As we do see a bowling change here from the rugby's end, Zuma introduced into the attack.
And we can certainly see the bowlers from Tuskers as well, bowling a lot fuller. Even their first change bowlers now have opted to go a lot fuller. That's good to see.
Well, all compliments to the Tuskers bowlers here this morning. We've been talking about that. We've been missing that lethalness from seamers so far this tournament. The wickets have not been in their favour at times, but they've come out this morning, Samuel Hughes, and they've delivered the goods.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I think the wickets have been good. Let me tell you that thing.
They have.
That point, the wickets have been brilliant. I think for both bat and ball. I think at times the bowlers have been really inconsistent.
Yes.
Here we're seeing a good battle between bat and ball. And more often than not, the bowlers have been more consistent than what we have seen. They've bowled good areas, and now they have a team under pressure. So for me, I think the pitches here have been excellent in terms of a fair battle between bat and ball. Oh, chance! Chance! Oh, the umpire says not out. Oh, he put in a late dive in there.
Big chance in the context of this game. Daniel Bosman coming down the wicket. Oh, putting in a really good dive to make his ground. But the pressure is on here.
Must also say, just to the folks, that two men from Western Province will be wearing the number 2. One is Magalozi, as you see there, and the other one is Sheikh. And I thought it was Sheikh that came to the middle. Apologies there. Well, one ball to go. Could be a maiden as well. Started well here, Zuma. Just need to see out this over. And that is brilliant thinking. I saw Raja just telling his captain, listen, let's just move someone out here on the long on boundary. Let's protect the over. And that is, again, something we haven't seen this week. That's brilliantly done and observed there by the seamer who stands at mid-off. And he does get his maiden. 65 for 4. Well, John, we're going to have a look at these wickets that fell. Oh, my producer says, no, just hang tight for 6 more balls. He's doing sterling work.
Just my thoughts on that Rob Quinlan wicket that fell, the first wicket. So we saw earlier in this week that Rob Quinlan is a brilliant striker of the ball, but he does have a tendency to take a bit longer to get his eye in. And we saw 2 days ago that he was a bit uncomfortable in the beginning, not getting the full face of the bat just yet. And this time around, I'm just wondering if they did a bit of their research, knowing he loves to go into the pull shot. But wasn't able to get all of it this time.
Yeah, it wasn't an out-and-out short ball. That I'll say. Sort of a back of a length delivery. Rob Quinlan's a tall man, and that even came through at hip height. I got no issue with youngsters going out and playing the pull shot, etc., etc. That's not the thing. For me, it is that was the very first ball that was back of length. The rest of them were all full, bring him forward. And then the minute he recognized one that was short, he went on the pull. And even there, you allowed to let the ball go. And this is one thing I spoke to Anton Ferreira yesterday about. Yeah, I can understand the reluctance of batters these days, the modern day cricketers. Now, we don't want to leave the ball. You're in a position where your team just wants you to soak up all these pressures. Just bide your time because you are a little bit ahead of it. You're going at 5.4 to the over. You will get balls like that to score. Fortunately, straight to point. I tell you what, meter either side of him, that's more papers.
Yeah, and it's one thing we've seen from the Western Province this week is they really do love bat on ball. They don't like to see something necessarily pass them by. And they've been very innovative in their shot selection. And when there's width on offer, they happily oblige.
I just said a meter either side of him. That's going to be papers. Well, he obliges with the next delivery. 4 more.
Just too full and wide, and this time he does not miss out.
12 fours and 1 6 out of 69.
So we see a sweeper being pushed back.
So, you're the coach there, John. He's just cracked one square for 4. Next ball decides to go have another little swing, playing a miss.
As the coach, I would be infuriated. It was a good length. There was a bit bounce. There's still 2 slips in place. And the most important thing now is we're only in the 13th over. There's a lot of batting still to do.
Just that leave, you can see the reluctance. So just a 4 of that, 69 for 4 after 13. Now we will go through those wickets that fell early on, and there were 4 that have fallen for Western Province. This was the first, and you can see just back of a length, boom. That was the very first ball in that area. Just a faint tickle given in the affirmative by the umpire. This was Lachadin. Again, look at the angle of the bat. Played on. That's why I'm saying it was real soft as missiles when you look at that. Got to play it straighter. This for me was a good nut. Going across him. Yeah, you could argue, could leave the ball, and there's that talking point again, that topic of, oh, why don't we see these guys leave the ball more often? And then that was driven. That was the last 4. But then we also saw the other man just getting a leading edge caught off Raja. But it will be interesting to hear Dom's thoughts on this, because, and I spoke to him about this on day 1, I would say 95% of the batters we saw this week have taken an off-stump guard. So what's the reason for you taking the off-stump guard? If the reason is, right, I want to know where my off-stump is so I can leave, then I'm going to ask, like, why don't you leave? Change of bowling here.
It's Naidu into the attack, the off spinner from St. Charles College.
So my question will be, so why are you not leaving it? If that is part of your answer to me, anywhere along the line, yeah, I want to get the bowler to bowl it straight to me, etc., etc. Why? What happens if it's slightly out wider than that?
You raise a very good question, Eugene. We have seen this week that batsmen have been very dynamic in the crease, making big strides before the ball's delivered. And yeah, it's worked in their favour many times, but also has been their demise on also a lot of occasions. As we see the introduction of spin here from the rugby's end. Just changing the pace here a bit, the Tuskers.
Yeah, just want to get, this is an area where you're just going to rush through the overs. There's stifled. Amy says not out. Slip in place, sweep on the off, long off, deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Those are the 4 men that's out. Oh, full delivery, going on the sweep. And it's given us leg byes. Ends over number 14. 71 for 4. And this is that. Well, that was the 4. Oh, I'm being led astray here. This was that wicket. And again, just trying to make something out of nothing, then you are allowed just to dot the ball back up there. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit too defensive, I don't know, but these youngsters just feel the urge. They've got to score off as many deliveries as they possibly can. I do get that, but not when your team's in a bit of bother.
Oh, as we see our diving attempt at backward point, almost going to hand, would have been brilliant. Majola slashing at it. Does go to the fence, but half a chance nonetheless.
Just leaning back on it. It was a full delivery, and you can see his body shape. It's not one that goes through it. You can see a lot of the number 2. Look at that. You can see all of the number 2 on his back, which means he's not really getting through his right-hand side through that ball. Here you can see, look at that body, his top half, leaning back. And that's why it went in the air. Nearly a magnificent catch. You just got to be wary. 15 runs this partnership. Well, I'm sure Western Province would like to see the end of you as well, John. You've been here for all 4 wickets. I mean, what's wrong with you two? Leave you to open up the batting, open the bowling.
Well, we have to keep it interesting, eh?
Well, let's keep it interesting, and it's 75 for 4 interesting.
It has been a splendid display of bowling here this morning. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
You look like you have.
I love to see when the ball's passing the outside edge and there's a bit of pace, and guys that are in form, that are dangerous, not having a bit more difficulty than usual, and having to show some grit here this morning. But must say I'm impressed with the Western Province side. They always remain optimistic, always looking to score.
Don't think that's just Western Province. I think that is youngsters in general. Just a word on the other semi-final in the Platinum Group that's happening. Lions versus the Titans. That is the battle of the Yaxkay River. The two Manak brothers at the crease there for the Lions. 79 for 1. That's busy with the 14th over.
And Eugene lifts up his arms in disbelief.
I'm not lifting nothing. I just... Why are we trying to make something? I say we. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Why is Western Province trying to make something out of nothing there? You got your 4. You lose a 5th wicket here. And I don't know what the stats is, but it's not very much in your favor if you lose 5, half your team before the 25th over.
Oh, as you see this one find the outside edge with no third man and will run away for a boundary. They just push back cover to sweeper. No third man. That will conclude the over. And the Western Province find themselves 79 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and we thank John for his stint here. It's been an interesting hour where he's been on. 79 for 4. And there we see the top run scorers. The top run scorers there for this week, and Ruben van Zyl, courtesy of 2 big hundreds, 110 and 166. He's leading the way there. Francois Prince up there as well. As Naidu continues here. And pleasure to say a very hearty and good day to you, Mr. Hendricks, on day 4 of this Khaya Majola 2025.
Good day, Eugene.
Ben Hockley, the captain of the Tuskers, also up there with 171. Paul James, well, he couldn't add to his tally. And Xavier Kutsia, also from Eastern Storm. They're playing in that gold semi-finals. Eastern versus Northwest, and hopefully he can. And you can see on the right-hand column those men contributing with hundreds. It's nicely played. It's just be one, as Deepwood wicket did really well to come around there. That Zama. Interesting morning so far, Tom.
Yeah, very much so. And it's been great to see, for once, the bowlers having an opportunity to display their skills, a surface that suited them.
And it's driven to the sweeper. Yeah, you say it's nice that the bowler's on top. I just feel 3 out of that 4, I think, have really been soft dismissals for me. And then if you look at the other side of the 80 runs, I mean, how many runs have we seen in third man area? And I mean, we've been talking long and hard about that, but we still haven't seen any changes in that. And I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, been a bit of the story of the week so far in the commentary box. We're seeing the game slightly differently on the side here, but all things are saying that when the power play has concluded, there's nothing wrong with pushing your sweepers back. Yeah, teams have been very reluctant to do so. Not sure what the reasoning quite is.
Yeah, not sure as well. It looks like the men are going to go have a drinks break. Looks like they're a little bit early, but anyway, they're going to go for a drinks break, and maybe there's a good time for Western Province just to reassess where they are. The captain's on 24, Worthy Magaloza, he's on 13, 81 for 4, a run rate of 5.2. This partnership already yielding 21 runs. We're going to have a short break as well, and when we return, we will resume this innings of Western Province. Drinks has come and gone. Western Province 81 for 4 after being inserted by the Tuskers. After Ben Hockley won the toss and said, we'll have a bowl. And seems to be a good decision so far. But this partnership of 21 between Bosman and Magaloza is trying to rebuild matters here for Western Province. And Dom, I think the surfaces here have been very, very good. I'm not taking that away. I think Swanee has done magnificent jobs on all his pitches here. This one, as we identified, had a little, maybe a touch more grass on, but still looked a real good wicket. But those wickets as lost have been softer.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. We've had some really good surfaces. For the first time, we've seen seamers, or the seamers with the new ball, getting the new ball to talk. But as you mentioned, a couple of very soft dismissals. Could only think of the one really, Paul James, that nicked off. But I heard you having this discussion with John, sort of on the last stint, and yeah, could have easily left that. I mean, it was about 5th or 6th stump, so yeah, you could actually say that one was soft too.
It is what your guard is. What do you take your guard on? It's coming over the wicket now to Magaloza. And I asked you the question on day 1, and here we are on day 4. And Western Province, I think they just lost 2 wickets at that time. Off stump guard, left arm over the wicket to him, and it sort of went at about a fifth, maybe even further wider than that, and he still fended at it. At a time where you could have this reluctance, or there is this reluctance of just letting balls go. Or Aubrey Swanepoel, the other man that's on comms this week, he also said, listen, you can leave a ball with intent.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. The whole point of batting on the off-stump guard is to know where off-stump is, so that it makes leaving easier. And yeah, on that occasion, still fending at it, so begs the question, what was going on basically from a mental point of view, I would rather say. And I think just watching how Western Province have gone about it, it's almost like they're not really like listening to how the game is, or looking at what the game's dictating to them. So the game's sort of dictating that they need to just knuckle down a little bit, and again, Tuskers bowled really well with that new ball, so the game is saying, I'm telling them a story there. It is tough for the new ball, so there's no need for any attacking shots or overly attacking shots. We can just sort of, we've afforded the opportunity to just bat quite sensibly more than anything.
I love what you're talking about there. The game is telling you a story. And the reason why I like it is, and I'm not going to sit on the fence, but I don't think youngsters watch the game and reading the game and getting an understanding of what that picture is actually telling them. It's like watching a movie, but everybody is just giving you information. You're not prepared to sit there and think, oh, they're going to do that, and try and work it out for yourself. They want everything to be worked out for them, and here they're getting that picture, and that's why I love what you're saying there. That's a beautiful shot. Are they going to come back for two? No, not taking the chance.
And yeah, I like what you have also said there, that a lot of players, while they're waiting to bat, they're watching the game, but they're not really paying too much attention to it. So we've seen there's been a bit of extra bounce and a lack of bounce at sometimes too. So cross-batted shots are slightly tougher to play. So we shouldn't be seeing the same sort of dismissals repeat themselves if you're paying close enough attention to what's happening out there.
Nicely worked onto the onside. And that for me is the key. I mean, you open the batting on a lot of the cases, maybe even 99.9% of your career. And I'm sure you would say, listen, as an opening batter, just be careful, the ball will swing wherever. But you want to present the full face of the bat onto the ball at all times. And when there's shorter deliveries, there has to be time for you to say, listen, can I play this? Can I do this? Right? I'm going to leave a few balls to see how they react, just to give more information to you as a batter, to allow yourself to say, listen, this I can and this I cannot do. So now we've seen a little bit indifferent bounce, and as you rightly said, we've got to put the cross-batter shots away for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly that. I think the big thing is, what information have you got so far? So the batters coming in, the openers have been, and the four have been before them. So information should be going out saying it's a little bit challenging to sort of play a cross-batted shot because it's a bit inconsistent with the bounce, and then you structure your game plan accordingly. And the big thing with sort of game plans is that the surface is going to tell you what you can or can't do, or what is easy and what is sort of more difficult to do. So you've got to keep adjusting based on how the conditions are playing on a particular day.
That's another excellent point, because we've used three different strips. This is the third strip that we have used. Yes, Western Province scored 311 on the strip to the left of this one. Night Titans were racing home yesterday, thanks to Ruben van Zyl on the pitch to the right. And speaking to Swanee this morning, he said this one's got some different grass on it, so it's going to react differently.
Yeah, and I think the point that you're trying to make there is that it almost looks like the Western Province boys are coming in with a preconceived idea based on what they've seen before. But again, it's a new day, it's a new surface, a brand new surface, so you've got to make adjustments on how it's playing on the particular day.
I wanted you to make that point, It's a good point, Dom. Oh, he's been given. Oh, going for the reverse. Oh, was that needed at that particular time? That is the end of the captain, Daniel Bosman. for 25. Now then, Western Province, half your team back in the shed. Still 32 overs to go.
Yeah, begs the question again. Game awareness here. Is it necessary to play the reverse sweep right now? With your team 4 down, is a risk needed? And that is the risk, unfortunately. He's looking for a boundary. And that seems to be his downfall today. Taking risk when it wasn't needed. And the game is just crying out for them to knock it around. Much like what Paul James did the other day during this phase.
Yeah, the other thing also, you got to, if you look at the opposition as well, you see how they've gone through the week, what were the highest scores they got, etc., etc. They crossed the line yesterday, chasing, I think it was just slightly over 180, I think it was. You don't always need to go the 300 route. We need 300 to win a game. Here, with good bowling, and Western Brom's got a really good bowling attack, you then try and play the game back, because where would we like to... We can't talk even about par scores at the minute, because here it's about Western Province trying to bat as long as they possibly can. As it is now, Sheikh that's in there. So the two left-handers is going to have the two number 2s on their shirts. That's going to be interesting. Another one, another soft dismissal?
Absolutely. Again, it just goes back to that point I made a couple of moments ago. What is the game telling us that we need to do at this particular time? And at this particular juncture, it should just be about trying to get off strike, trying to rotate strike, and we don't need to hit a boundary. Province have gone it well over 4 to 5 and over for the majority of the innings thus far. So much more of what Sheikh's doing, just getting off strike.
Yeah, that ends over number 18, and yeah, just to emphasize to the folks that's watching, and this was the demise of Bosman. It's not trying to be overcritical at times. We're just trying to give our thoughts and opinions on the game and what we've learned from the game and how we've seen the game. And also these guys, we're very much mindful they are very young, and their development will forever be increasing. And just in a week like this as well, Dom, I just don't see that graph going up a little bit quicker in terms of the learnings that's taking place, because we still see every time we've had a game here, we sort of said the same thing every day. And yeah, it's just begs the question, how much are these guys actually learning from this week?
Yeah, we've hopped on about a number of numerous things this week, and as you rightfully say, it looks like the learning curve sort of been stunted through the middle of the week, because we've seen so far this morning most of the dismissals following a similar pattern, trying to be overly aggressive. So
just to correct myself, Sheikh is actually batting in shirt number 6 that was given for Magweba, but Magweba's sitting out, so that makes it a lot easier. Cut away for no run, and that just will forever build the pressure, but it's not about that. It's just about batting time here. Now, is it a casing point? Normally they say, like, listen, we need to score at 5-6 runs and over. Let's go at that rate for 4 overs, 5 overs. Here, the batsman's probably thinking, am I right in saying, now let's bat 5 overs. Whatever we get, we get. Or is there a casing point? Let's go for 3 runs and over, even at this stage as well, and see if we can keep that scoreboard ever increasing. Pulled. I think that's gone all the way for Horns. And Sheikh continue on his good form from yesterday. And as we can see, still plenty of balls to score off.
as it has been the case of the week, as soon as any of the bowlers have missed, the batsmen have been up to it. And again on this occasion, hitting it for another 6. Yeah, Eugene, I think they have bought themselves time with him scoring so quickly in that power play, and even now going at 5 and over. There's nothing wrong for the next until the next drinks break, I could even say, that they've afforded themselves the luxury of going at 3 and over, because what this means now is, with them 5 down in that last 10 overs, someone's going to have to be out of these two, and sort of the big hitting is going to have to be, or start a little bit later on. Because the last thing that you want in a semi-final is to be bowled out without batting your or completing your 50 overs. So yeah, one of these two, if not both of them, will have to try and bat to the next drinks, and then hopefully get into the 40th over. Because from the 40th over, the game generally does tend to become a lot easier. And as we've seen this week, when that ball gets older, it does become very nice to bat on.
Yeah, and what we've also said, you want to have 5 wickets at least at that time. So if you take that, they've got a long way to go, these two, if that were to be the case. But so far, Mr. Hockley and the Tuskers very happy. There's a scratch. I think there's a little tickle on that. Yeah, umpire strike said, yeah, there was. So that ends the over. Let's flip it onto the other side here. Tuskers, they've got them 5 down. They can't just go through the motions here. They still got to stop them from scoring runs, and they've got to try and make it difficult for Western Province to even rotate those strike, because that should be the moral of the story for them. They are your leading wicket takers. Mr. Tidbury, he's taken 8 wickets. Economy rate of 1.7. He's got a 5 wicket, all the only one so far this week, 5 for 18. Kitsini, spinner, back in it again there from the SVD, the Garden Route Badgers. He's got 7. The left arm seamer, Tywin Adams, he's got 7. Well, interesting names up there. Not so much then nobody in the Platinum group.
Yeah, very interesting reading there, but also just shows you how good the surfaces have been. If there's only been 1 5er so far and already 11 hundreds.
Yeah, apologies. Tywin Adams is from Poland. He is in the Platinum group, so 1 out of those men you see there. Oh dear, oh dear. Can't go back. They're going to come back for 2 here. Magalozi, he sprints back, but just got to be wary of when he goes onto that back foot.
And going back to that point you made just a few moments ago, Eugene, from the Tuskers' point of view, it's all about squeezing now. So trying to get as many dot balls as possible. Try to create pressure to force them into a false shot again. I think a big thing for them is, what are they willing to chase here? So with this game already 5 down, I think they'd be thinking at best under 200, but even at worst probably about 220.
Well, 100%. But it's what we've seen this week from all the teams here, the reluctance of just being happy to dot it up. Here, the Tuskers should just dot it up, because I think they'll be mindful that Western Province will be playing a shot somewhere along the line. That's good work, but they're going to come through for that single. No harm done.
Yeah, Naidu's done a sterling job from this end so far, from the rugby end. Just kept it nice and simple. He's only conceded 9 he's into his 4th over.
I tell you what you would do. I tell you at the end of this ball, that will be 20 overs bowled. Well, that is a full toss, and that's well done. Just keeping it down to 1. That ends over number 20, 99 for 5. Oh, if it was me, I would put spin on both ends and then just rush through the overs. Because that is where this is. Because you want to take time out and you want Western Province just to do their thing, because they are not looking at that overs too much. And then before you know it, 30's bowled, 35's bowled, and then all of a sudden, that might force the loose shot.
Yeah, and holding some nice pressure, and then you bring back your openers, your strike bowlers, which they did beautifully this morning. Samuel Hughes and Mr. Raja both taking 2 apiece. They sure looked the part with the new ball. Yeah, I see a big case for that. Spin on both ends. Get through about 10 to 15 overs as quickly as possible. And then late in the piece, get the seamers back here in and around the 25th to the 30th over. Maybe even after the 30th over. Get your strike bowlers back.
It's almost like a game within a game, this. So you've done brilliantly in the first 20 overs. You bagged 5 wickets. Now you just want to get through those 50 overs as quickly as you possibly can. No, that's going to go for horns. Somebody in the crowd's going to catch that one. And again, a ball that's shorter in length and well picked up by Sheikh again.
Yeah, and that boundary bringing up the 100 for Western Province. Again, just dragged down. Not of great pace. And been deposited into the stands.
Also this way, if you get the spinners on, the batter has to make all the pace onto the ball. Here you can sort of nudge and nurdle, and then if you get a ball that like that previous one, boom, 6. Change of angle over the stumps. So they put a fine leg in place now, Dom. And they've moved the man a deep backward square, a lot squarer. From our angle, looks like he's still slightly behind.
Yeah, and a better line and length on this occasion. Yeah, interestingly enough, the cover sweeper is up. But they've actually put long on down. So looks like he is going to look to target the stumps. And unfortunately, with the field that's set, he can't really afford to miss the stumps outside off stump, else it's almost surely going to be a boundary.
Yeah, more grey hairs for us if that happens. They do move the sweeper now just to protect the over. I'm glad to say I've seen that a lot more from the Tuskers than what I've seen this week. In fact, as I say that, is he going back? They're not sure.
Yeah, fine leg coming up. Just needed to get the 5th man in the ring to replace the cover sweeper.
Through they come for a single. Wonder who they can throw that ball to. We have Nadasa. He's a spinning option. We've seen Naidu. Don't think Dwyer is playing. By the looks of it, they got one more that they can throw the ball to.
And I'm sure there are 1 or 2 top order batters that can bowl some filthy off spin.
Well, if you can bowl spin, I've seen you bowl spin, Dom. First class wicket, you said? 2 for, I think you said? So, 4!
I've got 4 first class wickets. Should be 5, but keep dropped the ball when I had Vian Libbert down the wicket.
Oh. Yeah, top order batsmen, they love. Give me the ball. I'll show you how to do it.
I call myself the crisis man in terms of bowling.
No.
When there's a bit of a crisis in terms of getting to that new ball,
Surely golden arm. Surely that's what you should be. Golden arm. Dom, just before I'm going to go here, I've seen the players try to play this off the back foot, and it just seems like it's dying in the pitch here a little bit. Maybe that's not the option. If it's wide, it's okay, but when it's on the stumps, it just looks like it's dying.
yeah, I think possibly a better option, as it isn't turning. It hasn't spun all week really at this particular venue. So maybe to just come down the wicket. That's a great way of changing up the length for the spinner.
I don't think they're going to come down. Team 5 down. There'll be more of that. Now, he's clipped the ball. There's acres. Let me tell you, there is acres of space on that onside. And with the ball not turning, as Dom said, I mean, that's just easy pickings.
And that concludes the 22nd over. Western Province 109 for 5. And that too ends Eugene's stint in the box. And I'm joined again by John.
Thank you, Dom.
And John, take me through your thoughts so far in this last little passage of play from both Province and the Tuskers.
Well, I think the Western Province actually done well so far, but unfortunately they did lose their captain. It's a sad thing for me. It was poor shot selection at the time. My opinion on that, but
Yeah, definitely not needed that shot at that particular time.
We've seen Shay come in. He's looking comfortable on 19 off 20. So this partnership is growing.
And that's beautifully driven through extra cover. The chase is on. And the fielder does well to retrieve it in the deep. They do scamper through for 3. And if you were the Tuskers captain, what would your sort of plan of attack be at the moment? So almost seems like the team from the Unisi end is not really playing its part at the moment.
Now, I would definitely look to change a bit of the pace. They had the big wicket of Daniel Bosman basically given to them, which they can be very happy about. But they still need to take 5 wickets if they want to wrap up this innings. So they can't go through the motions here. They've had brilliant plans today that have paid off. But I would love to see a change of pace, trying to restrict runs as much as they possibly can here in the middle overs.
So one's just edged down to third man, just for a single. Yeah, I think this game is, if you're looking at it from the Tuskers' point of view right now, this game's crying out for another spinner from the Unisi end of the ground. So tandem spin, I think, would be a great shout. Maybe till about the 30th over. And possibly a seamer to run from the rugby end. As you saw, there was quite a bit of bounce from this end. Again, comfortably tucked into the leg side, and as you see there, run scored of every single ball so far. So Zuma looking pretty comfortable to face by these two batters at the moment.
They're doing well here, rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking. That run rate still above 5. And considering the circumstances, they're doing pretty well. Partnership now 31 runs.
And I've loved the way these two have actually gone about it. They've been very, very sensible, not looking to take any risk whatsoever. Whatever bad ball's been dished up, they've put it away comfortably, and anything in between that's either been looking to defend if they can't score, and just looking for one or two where they can. This one's pulled and it's taken at mid-wicket, and that sees the demise of Sheikh.
I dare to say, Dom, commentators curse at that moment as we see Sheikh trying to take on the pull shot, not necessarily there.
Yeah, not overly short on this occasion. Looked about just under waist high as we have a look at this again. Yeah, not very short at all. He's sort of been defending that ball up the ground for the last couple of deliveries, and he's hit it head high to mid-wicket and a comfortable catch taken.
Fortunately, not what the Western Province needed at this moment. Just again, partnership that was growing, just reaching 30. Six down now for the Western Province, 116 on the board. Haven't reached the halfway mark yet, Dom.
Yeah, Province are in a bit of bother at the moment. That partnership was looking really, really fruitful, and the new man to the crease is Waco Basic. So 23 gone. Western Province 116 for 6.
And we've been complimenting the Western Province this week on their ability to build partnerships and to set a base for themselves, to express themselves later in the innings. Fortunately today that's not been the case. You could argue it was a couple of soft dismissals here and there, and they've not been able to build momentum, and we know that nothing breaks momentum as quickly as losing wickets.
Yeah, 100%. And the trouble is, when a new man comes to the crease, there's a lot of dot balls. New batter's always trying to just suss out what's going on with the surface. So Tuskers going well here this morning. If you were in the Tuskers camp right now, what would you be looking to restrict Province to, considering we're 23 overs through this innings and they're already 6 down, so 4 in the shed?
Good question, Dom. I would say I would be happy with anything under 180. See a reverse sweep. It's hit well. It's running away. And fielder will not be able to cut that off. And 4 runs.
Yeah, again, bit of risk involved in that particular shot. It was full, it was straight, but again, beautifully executed. Yeah, full toss. Looks like it's hitting about off stump. It's done well to get bat on that and brings up a boundary.
See, if I was in the Tuskers camp right now, I wouldn't mind if the batsmen are still trying to score their runs, taking chances. Not necessarily they have to. At this moment, they'll be thinking about wickets and finishing off this innings.
Yeah, I would not be disheartened by seeing a reverse sweep. at all, because again there is risk involved with playing that particular shot, and that was the same shot that saw the demise of Daniel Bosman earlier. So encouraging signs for the Tuskers. And that brings to a close the 24th over. Western Province currently 120 for 6. And if we just have a look at the other semi-final going on at the Mangwang Oval at the moment, it's the Yexke Derby. That's the Lions versus the Titans. The Lions batting first and currently 127 for 1 after 27 overs. Ombese Macha currently 63 not out, and Aman Manak, the Centurion, yesterday currently 54 not out. And interestingly enough, the surface at the stadium has been a bit on the spicier side, so good to see that a good wicket's been prepared for the semi-final.
Definitely, and I'm sure that brings a smile to your face, Dom, seeing the position the Lions are finding themselves early on in this contest. Being part of that derby yourself for many, many years.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you there. However, still a lot of cricket to be played there.
We know there's one thing about cricket, it can change in an over. A couple of deliveries turns the game on its head, so that's why we love this game. Can't say who is the winner. You can certainly not do that at this point in the match. We've seen a brilliant cricket here so far today, as we see a fielding change. It does look like there's a slip being put back in place.
Oh, and that's beautifully bowled. Sort of hit that length that it's been asking all the questions this morning.
And I like this, Dom. You know, we've been talking about reactive cricket, and for the new batsman, immediately they brought back the slip.
Yeah, and warrants the slip being in place, but with the team 6 down, I definitely want to be carrying a slip, because it has done a fair bit for the seamers this morning. Definitely a lot of work to do for Western Province over here. Not even halfway through. At the conclusion of this over, we'll be halfway through the innings and already 6 men in the hut. So if they want to post a competitive total. Oh, and this is beautifully driven by Bassick. Over pitched and through the covers. Beautifully timed for 4. That brings up his first boundary.
Stunning shot from Bassick here. Bit over pitched, and he got all of it. Much needed boundary to get his tally going.
Yeah, still a lot of time in this game left, or in this innings left. So I think the big thing for Province is that these two are going to need to bat a chunk of these overs. As we see that replay again. Beautiful shot played. Full face of the blade. Beautifully driven in the gap for 4.
As we see a fielding change. Cover sweeper being put out.
And on one of the few occasions we've seen the ball left alone. Brings to close the 25th. We are at the halfway stage in this innings. 124 for 6 Western Province are. And if you're joining us for the first time, the Tuskers this morning won the toss and chose to bowl first, and as you can see by the score, warranting their decision. 6 down halfway through the innings. They've played beautifully so far this morning. They've been up for it.
Certainly have. We've seen some brilliant fast bowling this morning and expedition. We saw some catches behind. We've seen a wicket that has been a bit more lively, offering a bit more for the seamers up front. And the Tuskers have taken full advantage of it here this morning. And it's been setting up for a fantastic semi-final here. Still a lot of cricket to play.
Yeah, and the two openers were really impressive. They were on the money from the first ball this morning. Samuel Hughes taking 2. And Akshesh Raja also taking 2. He impressed me. Yeah, it looked like it caught some of the province batters off guard a bit quicker than what they've faced so far this week. Skiddy off the surface and a bit of extra bounce too. And then the left armer Samuel Hughes sort of seaming the ball a touch away from the right-handers and getting the odd one to come back. I don't think it'll be long until we see one of those two back into the attack soon. It'll be a great time for them to come and look to strike over here.
And Naidu's been doing a good job with his off spin from the rugby's end. He's been keeping the batsman quiet. He'll love to bag his second wicket of the day. Sweeper out, deep square leg. This one a bit fuller, goes out to that sweeper region for a single.
And that brings to a close the 26th over. Province 126 for 6. So just some other news from the other games currently on. So in the gold group, the other semi-final, we've got the CSA Invitation 11. We've played beautifully so far this week. They are currently batting first. 109 for the loss of 2 after 25. And they're of course playing against the Eastern Storm. And the other semi-final in that group, we've got the Northwest boys taking on the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Northwest batting first. And they are 143 for the loss of 3. Looks like they've just lost their third. Eduardo Dreyer currently 79 on out in that fixture. So some good scores going around today. And again, this is day 4 of the Khaya Majola Cricket Week, day 4 or 5. So all to play for today to book your place in that final. As we see a change from the Unisi end of the ground. We see Sachaba Gure into the attack for the first time. Oh, and that's beautifully bowled by Gude. But a bounce back of a length. And we sort of alluded to that this morning, that the surface has offered a bit more than we've seen for the entire week. It's been a bit more grass covering, more live grass, so a bit more bounce. Definitely a bit more seam movement with that new ball.
Good is showing some promising signs early in his over with that extra bounce. Liveliness behind the ball.
I think the thing that has impressed me the most about this Tuskers attack is that all the seamers that have come into the attack have looked to hit the surface pretty hard. Not many balls have been floated up there. And they've sort of made the most of the conditions this morning so far.
And they've surely capitalized on the conditions. Still looking to utilize it to the best of their ability. This one a bit fuller driven. Finding backward point.
Yeah, great over so far. 4 dots. And I love to see it. The Tuskers being very proactive here. So after the 3 dot balls, they've pushed the sweeper back, looking to protect the over. Something we've been asking for all week. Once you bowl a good over, nothing wrong with pushing a sweeper back.
Asking the right questions here, Gooda. We saw Bassick likes to go into the drive. Scored his 1 boundary that way. Still new to his innings. Only 5 runs from 13 so far. Still trying to build this partnership. Crucial partnership. Context of this game here for the Western Province.
And a great over. He's first. Kure bowls a maiden. 27 overs completed. Western Province 126 for 6. Has that been the first maiden of the day?
I don't think it has. I think we've had a couple of maidens here this morning. And just fact check it. But we have definitely seen some fantastic bowling here from the Tuskers. They've been on the money since when their captain has obliged sending them in to bowl first. As you see, Naidu is going to continue from the rugby's end.
Yeah, that was indeed the second maiden of the day. Khaya Naidu's done a sterling job for the Tuskers from the rugby end. He's 7 overs so far, only going for 19. Getting the big scalp of Daniel Bosman. This one's just tucked into the leg side. Scamper through for a single.
Very disciplined here today from the Tuskers, their fielding and their bowling. It's been a joy to watch. As we see that run rate just going below 5 runs. Attacking the wickets here. Bassick trying to create some room, not able to get it away.
And the thing I've liked most about what Naidu's done so far this morning is just hit slightly back of a length and hasn't really missed the stumps on many occasions. So bowled beautifully to his field. He's got the slip in, man at sort of catching extra cover, man to his right cover and a backward point on the offside. Oh, and that's beautifully bowled. Play and miss. for the first time we've seen a bit of purchase from the spinner.
Bit of spin from Naidu to conclude the 28th over. Western Province 128 for the loss of 6, and goodness me, Dom, it would be lovely to see some more purchase. Make the game interesting. That was really, really good.
Yeah, almost totally against the run of play. That's one of the few balls we've seen sort of spin this week so far, the games that we've covered anyway. Just something for the captain to think about. Could he possibly bring in another spinner? I think Naidu's got 2 left, so promising signs for spin bowling.
As good air continues from the Unisi end. 7 dot balls so far.
Yeah, all 7 to Basic. So Basic possibly feeling under pressure here. Feeling under pressure to get off strike and to score. Says punch this one behind point. Some work to do from third man. It's beautifully fielded in the deep. Scamper through for 2. Some good batting from Basic here. 7 dot balls. And we do know the modern cricketer doesn't like facing many dot balls, if any, so he hasn't lost his head. Just took to time that one nicely behind point and hit it on the ground. Good maturity shown from him so far.
This has been a very good challenge between these two. Basic and Gooder. The wind's just starting to pick up just ever so slightly.
Beautifully bowled again by Gude. His lengths have been exceptional. Into his second. It's only gone for the 2 runs so far. Again, good discipline shown by Basic. Obviously, Gude's posed some very good questions to him with the ball. It's been a great battle to watch so far. Good old-fashioned battle of attrition that we're experiencing over here.
This one's going down to third man. Come through for a single.
Yeah, sincere apologies for the incorrect graphic. It is Sichaba Gube. Sorry, we've been pronouncing it wrong. So sincere apologies for that. And this one is edged. Some work to do from third man, and it beats him to the boundary, and that brings up another boundary for Western Province. That too brings to a close the 29th over. And Province 135 for the loss of 6.
Tell you what, Goody has been asking all the right questions in his first 2 overs. As that one raced away to the boundary off the edge. And it is Naidu to continue his second last over. Bowling his 9th here from the rugby's end.
Yeah, he's done a great job from this end. Not going for many, so keeping up the pressure that they built early on. And a full toss missed on this occasion, and yeah, bit of fuss behind the stumps. Again, his lengths have been exceptional. Hasn't missed it on many occasions. So we take another look. That delivery 2 overs ago. Oh, and looks like it was a bit of a missed opportunity behind the stumps.
Yeah, as we can hear, the field is becoming a bit more verbal. Understanding they are building pressure. Naidu's doing an exceptional job here. 4 dot balls so far.
Gentle inquiry from all 3 men in the covers. A lot of excitement building here from the Tuskers. I feel like they do sense that Bassick is under pressure here. Only 9 of 27 so far this morning. And with that dot ball and maiden over, it brings to a close the 30th. 135 for 6, and that too brings to a close my stint. And back into the commentary box is the big man, Mr. Eugene Molian.
Fantastic last over from Naidu. A maiden over with a couple of questions being asked of Bassick's defence. It's not being easy going here for the batsman in the middle, as I'm joined in the commentary box by Eugene. As Gwebe is going to continue his attack from the Unisi end. Apologies, pronouncing it wrong. Gube.
He's put together a lovely spell here, has to be said. Bowling from the Unisi end, he's beat the bat a few times, found the edge. Sun shining here at the Johan Volsteedt Oval. Beautiful. Slight breeze, and hopefully that breeze will stay as slight as it is, because it can get windy here, as we found out on Monday, or apologies, on the Thursday.
Yeah, I love to see that there's a bit of pace, a bit of bounce out there here in the middle overs. Usually known for not having a bit of a challenge, but the batsmen out there not finding it the easiest at the moment. Tuskers have been exceptional with their discipline, hitting the areas and making it as difficult to score runs as possible. They have not given a lot of freebies or width, and they've really had to grit themselves out there, the Western Province boys.
Yeah, but this fella, 32, 47, Majola, certainly helping Western Province scores here. Well, just as I say that, giving him all the praise, he decides to tell me, I think I want to try something else. Not sure about that at all.
Unfortunately, we've seen a couple of these attempts today, and you would argue it's not been the right time for it. They've loved to express themselves during the course of this week, but they do find themselves in a difficult situation, and yeah.
Oh, that's in the air. Taken. I was about to say the important thing about this partnership for Western Province is that these two need to bat through to over number 40. Ball before, going for a reverse lap, loss of concentration, hits the next ball in the air. He's gone. All that hard work Magalosi has put in, and he's now walking back to the shed.
Definitely not what you wanted to see as a Western Province supporter. The pressure has been applied. We've seen brilliant bowling from the Unisi end, and unfortunately the pressure just cracking as a release shot gone wrong. Good take, making a lot of ground at mid-on. Take that catch, and that is the 7th wicket down for the Western Province here in the 31st over.
The timing was just not the right time for that shot to be played. And I just think he lost a little bit of concentration there. As I said, the ball before, trying the reverse lap, came down, had a chat to his partner in crime, and then next ball. I mean, you can add that to another soft dismissal, and there's been plenty. If you look at those men that are sitting back there that have come and gone, well, a whole lot of work left for the tail to do here. More so, they've got to bat for the duration of this over. They've got 20 overs left, John.
You know, all the praise to the Tuskers bowlers. They've applied the pressure here today, and they've, in a sense, forced the mistakes here from the Western Province. We know it has been rather cheap wickets. It's been a bit lackluster, but they've done exceptionally well in just hitting that areas, asking the questions time and time again, and it's paid off today so far.
I just think Western Province are the cause of their own downfall here. Outside that off stump, left alone. Yeah, you talk about how they have gone about it. Let's not forget the Tuskers as well have sort of donated, in my view, 20, 24, 25 runs as well with the field setting that they've put in place. Excellent catch, excellent running catch that was from mid-on, making the yards. 135 for 7 in the Platinum Semi-Final. It's driven by Prince, no run. And it's going to be now just a casing point of whatever we get in the remaining overs, that's what we'll take, because there can't be any onslaught as yet. They've got 7 wickets that they've lost. They've only got 3 left. This was the last of them.
Yeah, it must be said, poor shot selection at this time. Just losing concentration as we see Naidu going to complete his spell for the day. From the rugby's end, he's been superb in applying his pressure.
Nicely driven. That's just width on offer there. Nicely driven. I would like to see the running to be a little bit better. They need to show intent, even though you know it's going to be a single. Just show that you might be. Just put the batter or the fielder under pressure. You can't just amble through for one. I think that has also gone out the game a little bit, especially this week. I haven't seen enough of that. 1 for 22, busy with his 10th. What a spell. What a spell.
I can't help but feel he wanted that single off the first delivery to bowl to the new man. Trying to take it away from him. Joshua Prince, the left-hander.
A little bit quicker, and we again see somebody wanting to play with a cross-batted shot, and need to be really wide for you to do that. A lot of hard work ahead. Here for Western Province. I can even throw you the ball, John. You can have a little bit of a bowl here in this position.
goodness. Oh, goodness.
Tossed up. Eyes light up. And this time he learnt his lesson. That ends a spell of bowling. Magnificent from Naidu. 1 for 22 in 10. And he's getting a round of applause from his teammates and his coaching staff there as well. And also look like they're going to go and have drinks by the looks of it. Again, not sure about the timing here, John. But, however, Western Province find themselves 136 for 7. Going at a rate of 4.3. Still 18 overs left in this innings. And they have to bat the majority of those. So we're going to have a short break here. And when we return, we'll resume this innings of Western Province here in this Platinum semi-final at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week. Boss, how are you? Good, and you? Good to see you, man. You too, you keeping well? Yeah, no complaints, back after the drinks break. A lot of work for Western Province to do here, John.
A lot of work indeed. And the guys that are already in the dugout, I will already be making my plans, making sure that, that power play when they do come to the field, making sure that Tuskers don't have it easy at all. Try to fire back, take as many wickets as possible and say game on. To whatever score they might be defending, but I think we all know that whatever score it might be at this moment, it will be a tad short, knowing they could have made possibly a lot more runs. But yeah, they'll have to finish off strong here.
Down the leg side and a wide called. Well, I think the thoughts of Western Province is just glued and focusing on the batting process here. 18 overs that they've got to get through. They've got to accumulate as much as they possibly can. Waco Basic, he's on 10. Joshua Prince still to open his account. surprised they haven't given the ball to Raja just to come and run in here for 2 overs. Maybe just see if he can maybe just upset the rhythm again of Western Province. Maybe just prize another wicket here, because Tuskers should feel that they're on top here.
Now all the likes of Samuel Hughes taking it away from the right-hander.
Yeah, he was good as well. You're right there, and just any seamer. I would like to have somebody with a little bit more pace, somebody that could rush the batter. Hughes bowled good line and length and good areas. Raja just felt, and that's what you get. Just feels like things happen a little bit quicker when there's somebody that bowls with a little bit of heat.
Well, Naidu's spell has come to an end here from the rugby's end, so be curious to see who does come on from this side.
Yeah, maybe I just preempted it a little bit. Who knows? But it's like the bomb squad in rugby. When you see them coming on, just ruffle the feathers a little bit. Man to my right, love seeing that.
I must say, I've been pretty impressed with Wacko Basic here. He's come in, he's scoring at a slow rate at the moment, but he's been good in the middle. He's not lost his shape. He's been playing with a lot of maturity, understanding there's a lot more to do for him here. Moving them through, hopefully getting to that 50 overs.
Well, his job is nowhere near done. He has to just keep doing what he's doing. No one's looking at his personal strike rate at the minute. Joshua Prince, son of Ashwell. And he has, Ashwell Prince, I think, had 2 stints of these type of weeks. I think it was called the Coke Week then. Maybe even 3, I'm not sure. Left outside that off stump, 33 gone, 138 for 7. So just the 2 of that over, and it looks like it will be Raja. He's going to come into the attack here.
We've been talking about this change for a couple of overs now. Be interesting to see how he will get that ball to move at this point in the game. 33 overs old.
Yeah, it's not so much the movement, it's about how much this ball skids off the surface, because he's a skidding type of bowler and he will rush you. What he shouldn't do is just give any width, because once you give these batters width, they just get their hands through it.
Field deep square leg, fine leg, sweep up.
Just a polite inquiry. Polite.
Third man also in place. We have seen Basic not shy of going for the drive. Oh, there's the bouncer.
Yeah, but it's a wide down the leg side. He's going to be given as 1. No, there we can hear Amy says it is 1 for the over. So a little bit of a waste. Just got it down for one. Again, just the running. Just got to show intent, greater intent by the running. Played this nice and late. Oh, that was the shorter one. Watched that quite nicely, did Basic.
Around the wicket here for the left-hander.
Yeah, batsman just confused a little bit there. Maybe there wasn't a call loud enough. You can see that Joshua Prince, just that reluctance of moving that front foot. Sort of just gets his hands to go to the ball. So Raja would want to keep this ball more on the fuller side. That's better from Josh. We saw that foot then make that movement forward.
Prince still looking to get off strike here. He's faced 11 deliveries.
That's better. That's better. Now then, this is where, if you're Raja, you're thinking, I've bowled 2 balls foolish. I've seen the foot move forward very comfortably. Now you would tend to think, oh, maybe I should throw the shorter ball in. Don't know if he's thinking that. Well, he's tried it. He's tried it, but just left alone. 2 runs from that over again, and this is all that Western Province can do at this stage of their innings. Why? Because they find themselves 7 down for 140. That onslaught is getting moved later and later all the time, John. We talked about 40 overs now. We're talking about 45 and maybe even 46 with 3 wickets in hand.
Yes, they just simply can't lose another wicket here. And I like the way Joshua Prince played that last over from Raja, leaving it comfortably. Might would have seen a bit more of that in the beginning of this innings, where batsmen were swing their arms at everything a bit wider.
Well, Basic is from Bishops, Prince is from Wynberg. Somewhere along the line, they just got to have better communication. Because we've seen here between the two of them, the ball's going out and then it's taking 2-3 steps towards each other and then they say no. It's almost like a wait, no, yes, sorry. You don't want that to happen. They can ill afford a run out, Western Province.
Do you get the feeling the game is being slowed down just a bit too much here for the Western Province? A lot of dots being conceded.
They don't have a choice. They really don't have a choice. That's all they can do. They can't take any risk. They've got to wait for the Tuskers to bowl a ball where they can nip a single here and there. And if a half volley or so does present itself, they've got to try their best to put that away. Other than that, as I mentioned just a moment ago, you cannot take risks. The situation dictates that batting has to happen like we are seeing on our screens here now. But this is why when Dom was on, I would have loved to have seen 2 spinners on, fly through the overs as quickly as you can.
I would still like to see that introduction of a second spinner.
Well,
But at the moment, these guys are going well, doing well.
no, he has. He's doing a great job here. He's been to his 5th over. He's got 1 for 10. Gube. Well, they give him one. Just a reminder again to the folks at home that seam bowlers can only bowl a maximum of 6 overs per spell. And that is a directive from the governing body, just to look after our seamers. And obviously, if you've bowled that amount of overs, you have to wait that same amount of overs. For example, if it's 5 overs, and obviously the one on this side also gets counted on. That's a 10 over spell that you have to wait before you can come back on. So, with that being said, bowler here, we might, if he gets taken off at the end of this over, we might only see him back at over number 46. And that is where captains also got to earn their stripes as well. Over comes to an end, 35 gone, 141 for 7.
As we see, Raja will be continuing from the rugby's end. It will be Joshua Prince on strike. Apologies, it will be Besic on strike. Oh, it's slashed at. Third man's doing hard work. Unable to get there. It was a valiant effort from him. They do come through for 2.
There was a width, and I said once you bowl the ball with width, these batters, they just want to get their hands through it. That was up and over. What an effort. What an effort that was. But the man running around, that was the bowler, Gooby. Put in the dive. Oh, just not there. They come through for 2. Nah, it's gone fine. That's going to race away for 4. They've moved Goober even a lot squarer on this occasion. Besic says, okay, I'll just guide this down to third man for 4. And another boundary in that third man region.
Very smartly played here by Besic. Seeing that that fielder has been moved more square. Taking full advantage of it. And that's 6 runs off 2 deliveries here in this Raja 7th over.
Driven again, and you can see how that ball just goes square. Just the way Besic shapes up as well. But, yeah, for one thing, the Tuskers missed the trick here. And I'm not talking about this phase. There was a phase where Naidu was bowling, and they could have had somebody bowling tandem with him. Go through the overs, because you're allowing Western Province just to get themselves in here. Waco Besic goes to 20 now, 148 for 7. Now they start thinking, what will we as a team be happy with? What would be happy with when they were struggling, 175? They're probably going to get more than that. 200. What will be a good total? 220. And then you sort of look at the Tuskers. What are you guys happy in chasing? All these questions. All will be revealed as this day goes on. It's been expensive, though. Busy with his 7th over, 2 for 41. Being urged on by the coaching staff, and you can see why. Not going for you there, clutching at straws. Down the leg side it goes. 148 for 7. And John, you do a very good rest, as it looks like it's going to be Dom that's going to come in here. And that is, as you can see, maybe even 2 more stumps on that leg side. That would have still gone, or probably wouldn't have hit him. 4.2 to the over. That's the run rate achieved by Western Province. That hasn't been the issue. It's the wickets column that has. And it's a rear guard effort here by the middle to lower order here to try and just resurrect things here for Western Province. Welcome back, Dom.
Thank you, Eugene. Good to be back.
Just looking at the way Basic tries to drive that ball, he's very much bends that back leg and sort of collapses it. And I think that's a tendency why the ball is squirting square all the time. Sometimes he does get his hands to it. He's got brilliant hands to the ball. But again, just the way he shapes up to try and hit that just tells me everything will go square of the pitch.
Yeah, definitely having a look at, just from a technical point of view, you always want your weight going through the shot, and your weight is for the vast majority controlled by where your head is in relation to the rest of your body. So by the looks of things, his head just staying slightly back, and hence, as Eugene pointed out, the balls are sort of squirting a bit squarer. So I'd love to see him engage his head a bit more into the shot.
Worked off the legs. Easy as you like, just for a single. What do you reckon Western Province will be happy with? Looking at the situation that they're here. And what is that? 13 overs still to go. If they go even at threes, that's 39. So let's just say 50 runs added to that off this. That will take them to 200. Well, the timing of that shot, yet again, maybe not the right time. And he has bowled a really good spell here. Would have been his last over as well. And there goes that awareness as well, because Joshua Prince, he has to walk back now.
Yeah, as Eugene mentioned, just a bit of lack of awareness there. It's into his 6th over, and just seems a shot more with pressure mounting, struggling to get off the mark. Faced 19 balls and a big heave, sort of clear that right leg a touch, and a big inside edge onto off stump.
Yeah, he got a little inside edge on that, but if he looked a little bit straighter, Dom, he might have got away with it. This, he's trying to hit the ball too square. If he hit the ball maybe over mid-on, and his hand, the bat would have come through at a little bit of a better angle to hit that ball. Just going across it a little bit, getting that inside edge.
Definitely a case for him trying to hit that a bit straighter, but again, still 13 overs to bat, so is that shot necessary? I know he was yet to get off the mark facing his 20 balls, but surely there must be better thinking there. Like pressure tolling, but still lots of batting to still occur.
Yeah, now we're still trying to work out if they go at 3 runs and over, 4 runs and over, trying to play risk-free cricket. That's what was needed there. How can we get 50 more runs? If it's a casing right, we need 60 more runs right. How do we go about that with the overs that remains? Playing the game backwards at times. The tall Tarantau. He also had a good innings with a bat yesterday.
Gube bowling a very probing line and length. As you see there, a bit of ooh and ahs from the Tuskers fielders. Yeah, I was having a chat actually during my little break with the coach of Western Province, Kasim Adams, and he was sort of saying if they could sort of try and bat their 50 overs, and even if they get about 200, they're definitely backing themselves to defend this just based on how this wicket's played so far.
Well, then you go back to things saying, why play a shot like that? It ends over number 37, 149 for 8. Yeah, if you could say, if you want to go big, go straighter. Just cross a line, look at the angle of the bat, and another one chopping that on. So there will definitely be a change at the Unisi end. Raja bowling his third over of this spell. He's going at 6s. He's also managed to take wickets as well. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, just short. Not sure what game they're watching out there.
Yeah, very slow to get out the blocks there. It looked like he was moving quite gingerly in the deep. Maybe some fatigue setting in from the week. Yeah, man out in the deep, and he's gone for the aerial option. Just again, what is the thinking with regards to that?
That's what I'm asking. What match are they watching? These batters? Are they looking at the situation which dictates they need to just knuckle down and bat for the remaining overs in this innings?
And that single that bring up the 154 Western Province. But again, the glaringly obvious thing is that they are 8 down. Still a lot of time to bat. 12 overs and some change.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this fella, Tarantal, didn't come ahead of Joshua Prince. The reason why I'm saying that, Prince is good at trying to go for it and hitting boundaries as well. And maybe keep him for the back end of the innings. And this fella here, he can knuckle down and just stay there with Besic. Oh dear. I say knuckle down and stay there with Besic. What do I know? He has pulled this straight to mid-wicket, and Western Province are in all sorts of bother here. 9 down, 150 on the board, 12 overs still to go.
Yeah, slightly short. And just pulled straight to mid-wicket. And Eugene in the commentary box is shaping up, saying, why don't he just defend it off the back foot? Wasn't quite there to pull.
Well, even if it was, I mean, the situation dictates that we should just stay here. It's not the runs, just stay there. Timothy Short now coming to the crease, and now I just get this feeling, I get this gut feeling, Dom, that Waco Besic is just going to start playing shots. I don't know why, but I don't think he should. He should just hope that Timothy Short stays there with him for as long as possible.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. From what I'm led to believe, Timothy Short no mug with the bat, so can hold the willow. So going to be interesting to see how these two go about it for the next little while.
Do we notch that up as another soft wicket?
Yeah, another one to the tally. I think most importantly, commentator's curse has struck again there.
Well, I've got that one. Yeah, I'll take that one on the chin. Do apologise, Western Province, and all your supporters. Oh, reluctantly, there's a slip over in, but they did bring him from fine leg. Just let them hit that. Him, I should say.
Just shaped up there like he didn't quite see it.
Well, if you're the captain here, Ben Hockley, surely now you'll say, Roger, let's bin the decision for you. Just bowl 3, you just bowl your remaining 2 overs. You're the strike bowler.
Absolutely. Can smell blood, so try and bowl them out as quickly as possible, yeah?
Lets them hit him again. Well, I think there could be an interesting field set for Raja's next over if he's still on. We feel that he should be. They come through for a leg by 151 for 9. Well, it doesn't look like he will bowl his next over because somebody else is marching out. Look, that could be used. That could be bowling from the rugby end.
Thank you.
There has been a change. We just wait to see who that change is from the U19 end.
And that man from the Unisi end is Zuma, who's into the attack.
Yeah, he's got to just keep doing the work that Gube was doing. Now the field spread for Besic. They identified that he could be the key man here. He's on 22. They need one more in the ring. They're bringing deep square into the ring again. They should have 5. They've got that now.
And he just steers this one down to third man. So looks like he's going to be playing the long game for now.
You tend to know when a team's in trouble, don't you? When they start clapping vigorously for singles. I'm just surprised they haven't do a few laps as well. That's another thing. Telltale sign. They walk runs. Oh, hello. The middle of the bat by the number 11. As you rightly said, he can't hold a bat. Timothy Shaw.
Your Oaks have been poor today.
As you hear him having a chat with the keeper, describing his team's batting today.
Trying to work out if this wicket falls before 12:30, whether they'll come back out.
And there's a good chance of Western Province coming out and bowling a handful of overs before they take the luncheon break. Not sure if lunch would be ready just yet for the boys.
Yeah, lunch is an hour. Yeah, we haven't also seen many of those. The good old-fashioned leave. Edged between first slip and keeper. 4 runs, valuable for Western Province.
Yeah, well bowled. Oh, incorrect clip, yeah. Yeah, very well bowled, but beautifully played. Nice and late and ball going down, so I don't think first slip would have had a chance to even catch that.
Yeah, maybe not catch. We definitely would have stopped it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why those slip are so wide. If you want to go in there, rather just make sure you take the slip catch, and if it goes past you, there goes the third man.
Yeah,
Right.
It's a bit of a guessing game. Sometimes it's slip. You're hedging your bets on where it's most likely to go.
Raja's continuing. I, for one, is glad to see it. Just let him bowl his overs here. You've got a side 9 down. He's your strike bowler. He's got 3 wickets in the bag. And even at this stage, you can bowl a full toss and still it goes for a dot. It's been good from the Tuskers. Let's take nothing away from them. They got into the semi-final thanks to a better net run rate than Eastern Province. Thanks to that win over Eastern Province yesterday.
Yeah, and they've been really good so far this morning. From the first over, they've looked like they've been here to play. Set the tone well with that new ball. And did a lot of damage with that new ball.
Yeah, and the captain said there's no pressure on them. They just want to go out there and just enjoy the moment. They were so chuffed just being here at the semi-final. So, and I think that sometimes allows you just to go out there and just perform at your best.
Yeah, and not only that, it does free you up, gives you a bit of freedom to play with. There's no pressure or expectation on them to make it into the final. On the other end, Western Province are defending champions. And they've played some good cricket so far, barring what we've seen today so far.
Well, they have concerns. This is the second day in a row that the batting hasn't sort of clicked. Wide given by umpire Amy as well as Timothy Short there. He's a man of few words, maybe not gestures, Timothy Short. Nicely clipped off his legs for one. Looks like he's a bit of a character.
Not shy of a few gestures. But the game does need character. Or the game really needs people like him. A few more characters. Just to make it a bit light-hearted, because it does get a bit serious from time to time.
A bit? Well, once some of these players cross that white line, you tend to not know who they are anymore. That's 40 overs bowled. 160 for 9. 10 overs remain. Sure, we both know of very, very gentleman-like men off the field, and then when you step on the field, it's like, who are you? Nicely pulled away. And will be 2 runs. Back come Timothy Shaw. And this is where the Tuskers have to be oh so wary. This is not about bonus points now. This is simply about scoring 1 run more than the other team.
And most importantly, making your job easier with the chase.
Oh, he's pulled away. There's no protection there. Oh, he's not moving from his crease, Timothy Short. Really showing his top order batsman what they're missing out here.
Yeah, short on this occasion from the bowler and pulled into the deep. And one noticeable thing from Western Province is that the intensity of the clapping has increased by about 10 decibels. Is this the momentum that they needed?
Even the dots get claps. Oh, cricket, what a game. What a game.
That's the irony of the situation is that the batters are clapping for the bowlers in this situation. Just the intensity of the clapping from the Province boys, you'd swear he's close to 100.
Or maybe even he scored his 100. This is the other thing. That's why I say cricket, what a game. Is that now that Province potentially find themselves in a little bit of bother, everybody's sitting together. You can see them as one bubble. When things are going well for you, I mean, sort of sparsed out. Coming through for a quick single. Well, easy as that. There's been 7 runs scored. I think it's 8 runs, I think it should be. Yeah, 8 runs scored. Shape away even at this stage. Ends over number 41, 168 for 9. There they, Dom.
Yeah, they look really comfortable there. Trainers out, feet on the cooler box like they're on the beach. And it's possibly for the first time today that they've been real cheerful and sort of relaxed. Walked past them on a couple of occasions and they look really intense. I think more disappointment from the batters that they haven't executed their skills as well as they should have today, especially in the semi-final.
Raja with his final over. This will be his spell. Again, a ball worked down to third man. And the cheers again. There they are. I mean, it's almost like they brought up their 200.
Yeah, it's quite strange how any team, when sort of number 10 or number 11 are scoring the runs, just the joy that we go through seeing them.
Off the pad again.
Yeah, just the joy we sort of see them scoring runs with. It brings great pleasure to us for some reason. Possibly more annoying for the fielding side. It's almost like a thorn in their foot.
Well, that's a moment. They were cheering there for the 170th. They've reached that round number. Well, that's good from Timothy Short, pushing Besic through there a little bit quicker. But look at the ease. That's 3 runs of 3 balls.
Yeah, definitely get the sense that there's been a bit of shift in momentum between the two teams. Yeah, the Tuskers not as vocal as they have been in the last couple of overs.
There's the coaching staff of the Tuskers making some notes there. They want to get this done and dusted quickly because every run is vital here.
Just love some of the mannerisms from Timothy Short. Sort of showing a bit of his frustration that he's missed out on a scoring opportunity there. The expectation's almost that he should have whacked that to the boundary for 4.
Well, that's a tidy enough over. And that ends Raja's spell. 3 for 48 of his 10. Here's the cricket manager of Western Province, Mr. Clinton Dupree, in conversation with Graham October, who's been sitting watching this game from ball 1. Clinton Dupree also part of the Protea women's side as well, as convener of selectors there. And he must be well chuffed with the way the women have been going of late. Change of bowling. Go with the left arm seamer this time. See if he can maybe prize his final wicket. Just 4 men in the ring. Ben Besic's on strike. Backward point cover. Mid on, mid wicket. Zanibe. He's back into the attack. Oh, that's up in the air. It's going to be 2 runs because that ball's going to land in no man's land. Maybe he's just waiting for a ball to be in his area here, Waco Besic, before he's deciding to put that away.
Yeah, I must say he's going about this quite maturely.
Tom, I still feel that Tuskers can sort of squeeze, even Besic, they can squeeze him as well. Because as you rightly said, every run's going to be vital here.
Yeah, Province inching closer to that 200 mark, and 200 could be quite tricky with the bowling attack that they have, the seamers that they have. And not only that, but just the psychological advantage that 200 does bring to a chase in a semi-final.
Yeah, you can point that out as well, Tom. They've put a long on in place. They've brought the sweeper up from the offside. So on the onside, you've got 1 man to beat, and you can beat him I mean, take your pick. 5 meters either side of him. Well, Timothy Short has managed to hit that ball straight to that solitary man. And once again, I've struck. And that ends the innings of Western Province. 174 for 9. Western Province, they will not be happy with that batting performance that they've put together here. And they're going to have it all to do. But let's take our hats off as well to the Tuskers. They were exceptional in the field. They held on to their catches. They threw themselves about. And they have bowled out Western Province here for 174.
Yeah, just slightly back of a length on this occasion. And you can see the disdain from Timothy Short there. Just punching that off the back foot straight to the man at mid-wicket. And unfortunately, another soft dismissal for Western Province.
Yeah, we're just going to try and find out. Just going to try and find out for you whether it's going to be lunch taken now or whether they're going to come out. I don't think they will come out. I'm just looking at the way these men are walking off the ground here at the Johan Volsteedt Oval. But it simply has been good bowling, good catching from the Tuskers, but very much indifferent batting from Western Province.
Yeah, the Tuskers started off really well this morning with the ball. Put Province under pressure by striking quite early. Had them a couple down in the power play. And most importantly, they carried on striking throughout the innings. Western Province will find themselves very disappointed, being bowled out for 174. And not only that, not even facing their 50 overs in the semi-final.
Yeah, that's something they're going to look at. Definitely. So they have decided that it's going to be lunch. And with that, we'll just go through a few scores. The Lions are putting up a very, very big total there in the other semi-final against the Titans. 277 for 6. And they are really in a good position. Boland, 221 for 7 in their semi-final against Eastern Province. Free State, 203 for 7 against the Dolphins. Still a few overs left in that. And the under 19 invitation side, the CSA invitation side, again putting up a good performance. 246 for 5 they are. And then Northwest are 264 for 5. Big 100 there by Dreyer. And they are really, really eating into that 15, which was a record. But there is the innings break here. As you can see, we are all going to enjoy some lunch as well. So join us again in about 55 minutes or so, as lunch has been given as a full hour here because the boys have to go up to the eating area, dining area. But for now, we'll have a break. See you for the second innings.
So kikenya so. Yeah, it needs to face. Facing which way? This way.
Welcome back to the Khaya Majola Under 19 Cricket Week. We are live at the Johan Volsteedt Oval at Grey Bloemfontein, and we have a semi-final on the go between Western Province and the Tuskers. The Tuskers this morning winning the toss and opting to bowl first and bowling out Western Province for 174 runs. Joining me in the commentary box is John. John, quite an entertaining first half so far.
Thank you, Dom. It has been quite entertaining. We saw this morning some brilliant bowling from Samuel Hughes and Raja from the rugby's end. So we saw a bit of pace, getting the early wickets of the Dangerman in place. So yes, the Western Province boys have been restricted to 174 runs in 43 overs. We saw them building slow partnerships, but unfortunately not able to capitalize on them and losing them as they go. So it will be interesting to see their response from the Tuskers, who bowled brilliantly in defending this total of only 175.
And of course, this coverage of all the fixtures at the Khaya Majola Coke Week have been brought to you by Pitch Vision. Pitch Vision Pro is a professional 4K streaming service designed for schools and club cricket. It delivers crystal clear live coverage with a simple one cable setup, built-in commentary support, and seamless sponsor integration. Pitch Vision Pro is trusted across school and club cricket in South Africa and fully integrates with the CSA scoring app, allowing scores and live action to work seamlessly together, keeping players, coaches, and supporters connected wherever they are. For any queries or orders, please contact orders@pitchvision.com. Pitch Vision Pro, ready to stream like a pro.
Pitch Vision, who's done a fantastic job this year and has just only grown from strength to strength. And we are enjoying this Majola challenge with their support. It's been fantastic. So if you need any inquiry or want to find out more, please do contact Pitch Vision.
And opening the bowling for Western Province from the rugby end of the ground, we have Waco Bassick. He, of course, was not out at the end of their innings. And he shapes up with a solitary slip, 4 men in the covers, and the 2 men out are a fine leg and a third man. And he, of course, is bowling to their captain, Ben Hockley. He's taking guard right now. And immediately is off the mark with a single that's tucked into the leg side. And the interesting thing that we've seen so far this morning, John, has been how different this pitch has played in comparison with the other 3 days that we've had previously. This one, of course, a fresh surface. So just take us through your observations this morning so far.
Yeah, it's definitely played a bit differently. All the wickets have been brilliant, but as we see now, 2 slips being put into place, the wicket has carried beautifully, and we have actually seen some caught behinds today. So there's definitely something for the seamers. Oh, as we see this one zip past the outside edge.
Yeah, I think the important thing to note was that the Tuskers bowlers found their length nicely early on. Not too dissimilar from this delivery that we see on screen. And yeah, we've seen a lot of carry with that new ball. And 1 or 2 did sort of nip back this morning. So going to be a challenge with this new ball. So that one is driven beautifully through the covers. The chase is on from the man at cover, but the chase is in vain. A beautiful shot from Zama to get him off the mark.
Beautiful shot from Zama. This one, as you see here, slightly overpitched, but well controlled and timed as he gets his first runs and the first boundary here for the Tuskers.
And I must say the impressive thing from the Tuskers today so far has been that their body language has been great and they look like they're here to play. They're definitely not standing back to the defending champions. Beautiful piece of work there at backward point.
No, they certainly have not, Dom. They have come out from this morning and have looked to take this game on. And what we've seen in this first over so far, they've come to bat as well. So it's going to be tough here for the defending champs to defend the score, but they are the defending champs for a reason. And so we'll see what they bring to the table.
As we see the first short ball from Bassick for this innings. Unfortunately on this occasion, I judged the wide ball for height. And that's been the biggest difference so far with this surface, is that there's been consistent bounce on offer. So any seamer that's sort of looking to hit the surface pretty hard has found some extra carry and some extra bounce. This one is driven on the up and in the air, and it goes past mid-on for 4. What a beautiful shot from Zama.
This one was struck firmly. Just fine enough to beat the man of mid-on.
As this one is straight on this occasion, some work to do for fine leg. Comes around, but the dive in vain. Another boundary for the Tuskers. This takes the score to 14 for the loss of none after the first over.
Now, this is the one thing we saw, Dom, that the Tuskers really did well in their bowling effort, was they were very disciplined with the ball. And as we see this first over go for 14 runs, it's less than ideal here for the Western Province, trying to defend a score that is, would you say, under subpar here. So they're digging a hole for themselves. We saw a bit of pace. We saw that the pitch does come alive, which is promising, but they cannot be leading the runs the way they had in that first over.
And from the Unisi end of the ground, we have Mikhail Tarantal to open the bowling. As he finds a beautiful length first up. Like there was a bit of swing on offer away from the right-hander. And again, good to note there's a bit of bounce. Yeah, Province opting for 2 slips. Just 3 men in the cover, saving 1. Backward point, cover and mid-off. The 2 men on the fence. Fine leg and third man. It's going to be very important for Western Province to start well here with this new ball. I think they've got to find their length nice and early here. And most importantly, find a good line.
The man on strike, Ben Hockley, captain of the Tuskers, also a man in the gloves. Also one of the centurions of this tournament here, Dom.
Yeah, man fresh off 100. Been quite a few centuries scored this in this Khaya Majola week so far. As this one is driven beautifully square of the wicket. Bit of width on offer. And he slapped it past backward point for another boundary.
And this shot just showcases the confidence that he currently has there in the middle.
Again, a bit of width on offer. Similar shot. Fortunately, on this occasion, didn't execute it as well. But yeah, definitely a man that looks no short on confidence. He's looking to play shots as soon as he identifies anything in his area. And most importantly, looking to put Western Province under pressure. It seems they haven't hit their strap so far. Only into the second over. As that dot ball brings it close to the second over, the Tuskers are 18 without loss after 2 overs. Yeah, just a couple of other fixtures on the go at the moment. So in the other semi-final in the Platinum section, we have the Lions playing the Titans. They're playing their fixture at the Manguang Oval. The Lions batting first, scoring 291 for the loss of 6. Then in the gold semi-final, we have CSA Invitation playing the Eastern Storm. Them two making 291 for the loss of 7 in their 50 overs. So the Easterns having quite a competitive total to chase. And then the final semi-final between Northwest and the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Northwest putting on 287 for the loss of 9 wickets. There was a brilliant century scored by Eduardo Dreyer. He was or he scored rather 151 runs, so another 100. So some really high scores going around on day 4 of this week, and it just shows testament to the grounds and how good they've been and how good the surfaces have been for batting.
It does, and it's good to see that a lot of these guys are getting some runs to their names, and we've had some very competitive games in this week.
Yeah, Basic's settling into a lovely line in length at the moment. 3 dots so far this over. So, starting his over off well. Can he close this over off just as well as he started it? Again, only 157 more for the Tuskers to chase to book their spot in the final. Oh, and this is beautifully bowled. Beating the outside edge. For the first time, a bit of pressure applied on the Tuskers batters.
And that's exactly what the Western Province will be looking for. More from Basic, trying to get that batsman forward, leaning to that shot. And we see him close off a brilliant return from his first over. It's a maiden. It's 18 for the loss of none after 3.
And Province going to have to make some inroads here. Again, Basic bowling a beautiful second over. None scored off it. So back to his opening partner, Tarantal. See if he can do much of the same.
The challenge the Western Province are facing here is that the required run rate is only 3.3. And they know that they need wickets. They need the wickets. And so Tuskers won't mind a couple of dots here and there as long as they have wickets in hand.
There's a bit of width on offer here and just sliced away. Taking the outside edge to third man on the single bounce. And you mentioned a good point there, John. The only way that Western Province are going to win this game is that they have to take all 10 wickets. With them only requiring just over 3 and over from the onset, it's going to test them to strike here and constantly strike, much like what we saw the Tuskers do. So, big thing for them is going to have to try and build pressure and most importantly strike, and strike regularly. And what I like here from Tarantal is that Tuzama is actually opted for a second slip. So again, going the attack-minded route, encouraging him to drive. So just 3 men in the covers. As this one is guided down through the slip cordon, just for a single down to third man.
Now this is what you want to see is they know they don't have enough runs on the board, so go aggressive. try create that chance. So have that extra slip in there. Try encourage him to drive. And we've seen two balls go now through that slip cordon to third man.
Very stifled appeal on this occasion. Look to be going down the leg side. They do scamper through for a single, a leg by. And I'd love to see them actually just have two slips flat. I think to Zama, the slips have been sort of a first slip and looks to me like a fourth or fifth slip. And if you're bowling consistently on like fourth stump, the ball's most likely going to go to first or second slip. So I'd love to see that cordon closed up. It's edged and it's taken. Beautiful piece of bowling from Tarantal. And that sees the end of Zama and the first wicket for Western Province.
And that's exactly what the Western Province wanted. They strike here at the end of the fourth over. And it's Zama that has to depart.
Yeah, again, a bit of shape on a good length. But to me, that seems like a ball that could have easily been left. Not really in danger of the stumps. Sort of half-heartedly flying at that one. And that sees the end of him.
So I'm going to raise a question. In this position, knowing that you don't need that many runs and that if you have a dry patch, you can rather easily recover from it. Knowing that they're going to come out full storm, they've got their slips in place with a new ball, wouldn't you just see it out? Just try stay in there.
Yeah, that's a good point you raise. I think the big thing also with chasing such a low score is that you don't really want to bat yourself into a hole. So you still got to be positive. You still got to be looking to score, but again, your discipline's got to be good with the bat. Facing this new ball has been challenging today, so leaving well outside off stump. And if there is an opportunity to score, making sure that you pounce on it. Again, a ball that could have easily been left, batting on off stump. So just a bit of a mental error from Zama on this occasion. Yeah, easily missing another set of stumps. A bit straight on this occasion from Basic. So scamper through for a leg by. Yeah, so it's sort of twofold. You don't want to be overly defensive because then you're going to bat yourself into a hole. And at the same time, you don't want to be overly aggressive. I think the important thing, like we've seen from Hockley so far, is that his body language has been good. He's looked confident. And when there have been opportunities to score, he has accepted them. I think the big thing is not being reckless. So this one's left alone. And what I like now from Western Province is that they've added a second slip for the new man. So 2 slips in place. 3 men in the covers on the 1 point cover and mid-off. And the 2 men out in the deep are at fine leg and third man. So we're definitely going to see a couple of balls pitched up here, inviting him to drive. Again, this is beautifully bowled from Basic. He's carrying on where he sort of left off in that last over. Zoning in towards off stump and on a great length. This is full and wide and steer down to that third man. They just get through for a single. No ball off the mark. That single. an attempted pull shot on this occasion from Hockley. He just manages to edge it onto his front pad. Again, maybe looking for something that isn't quite there.
No, and if there's something that Tuskers could have taken from the Western Province innings was, the unnecessary mistakes and playing across their line. Ben Hockley should be recognising his wicket is valuable. So play sensible cricket. They know, the Western Province know, if they can take his wicket, it's a big psychological win. And while he's out there, they know that there's still a lot of danger for them.
And 5 overs gone. The Tuskers are 23 for the loss of their only wicket in pursuit of 175. And I think the big takeout that I've sort of seen in the surface is that the new ball has had a bit of extra bounce. So in your first 20 or 30 balls, I'd honestly just put the pull away, because it is challenging to pull a ball when it is bouncing a bit more. So possibly look to put the pull away and sort of wait for a bit more width. That might be the better option. As we again see some extra bounce from this new ball. It was on a nice full length, and the keeper is not the shortest man. Has taken that about chest high. Great to see from Tarantal. Zoning in and around that off stump and hitting the surface quite hard. John, to me, I do think Province just need to think about this cordon. With him zoning in around that off stump and fourth stump, I don't really see the ball going to fourth slip. I see a case more for a conventional first and second slip, because the last thing you need in a low scoring game is to miss an opportunity. So definitely think that man at gully can sort of close up to second slip there and then second go to first.
100% agree with you there, Dom. Even with the catch that was taken behind, which was a fairly wider delivery, it still only got to the keeper. So I agree with you. Tighten up the slip cordon. Make sure make it airtight. But at the moment, there are some gaping gaps in between there. As we do see that second slip move now to backward point.
Yeah, and could also be part of the learning curve for these young men. So the Province boys obviously used to playing on slightly slower surfaces, so hence the cordon sort of standing a bit squarer. So the ball's most likely to go squarer on slower surfaces that don't bounce as much. You see here, this one, there has been quite a bit of bounce today, and with a bit of bounce, there has been a bit of extra pace. So in my head, the ball's most likely to go finer, hence me asking for a first and second slip. This is a short on this occasion. This is flicked beautifully behind square from Hockley. And he scores another boundary for the Tuskers.
Yeah, this time Tarantal just a bit too straight, a bit too short, and then Hockley's not going to miss out in this type of form. As you see that wicket again.
Yeah, again, just a faint edge, so first slip in with a chance there too. And that concludes the 6th over. The Tuskers 28 for 1. And my fellow commentator, who's just off air at the moment, Mr. Molian, has just pointed out to me that Mr. Ruben van Zyl, who we saw yesterday and the day before, scoring back-to-back hundreds. He says he's at it again at the Mangwan Oval. So the Titans in pursuit in the other semi-final against the Lions, in pursuit of 291, and he's off to a quick start again. So be interested to see if the Lions can get rid of him, because he's the big scalp for them. And of course, all these games brought to you by Pitch Vision. So if you're interested in watching that one, you can go onto Cricket South Africa's YouTube page to watch the action. As we continue, and a bit of a feel outside off stump from Ngobo. Again, a very probing line bowled by Bassick so far.
Now the last 2 overs, Bassick has really found his way in hitting that line and length. Just asking the right questions here. As we see that slip cordon, we've got a second slip and then I would assume a gully. Oh, inside edge this time, beating the wickets. And Fine Leg's not going to be able to cut that off. And that has run all the way for a boundary.
And again, another probing line. Seeing a bit of sea movement on this occasion, back into the right-hander. He's lucky to get away with that one, but definitely testing the defenses here of the Tuskers batting lineup. Bassick has really bowled a good couple of overs here. Just that first one going for quite a few, but since then been quite tight. This is cut, and it's dropped at backward point. And that is definitely an opportunity missed. It almost looked like when his elbows hit the ground, the ball popped out of his hands. We'll just have to wait and see the replay here real quick.
And that was Paul James diving at backward point.
Yeah, exactly that. Looked like he had it all the way, and just as soon as his weight sort of hit the ground, let's look at it again. As soon as his elbows hit the ground, it just popped out. So a bit unfortunate for Western Province there. But again, they need to take all the chances that they create. Because they do need to bowl the Tuskers out if they're going to win this match. This is beautifully left outside the off stump.
Yeah, that was well done there.
Yeah, great piece of cricket, some traditional cricket. Well bowled and well played. Again, we just have a look at this missed opportunity. I think there's 2 things that stand out there. One, the missed opportunity from the fielding side, but from the batting front, just look to sort of fend that off instead of try and impose himself and hit it. I think that's the big thing. He needed to hit that one. I will say this, just looking at the body language of the 2 batters, Mr. Hockley looks relatively confident. Ngobo just looking a little bit tentative because that one was short and wide, that opportunity that he gave. And yeah, most guys this week, as soon as anything's been short and wide, it's been deposited into the stands.
That has been the case today in this tournament. As we see no ball bowled here by Wacko Bassick. I was about to say it was another good leave by Ngobu. He's been very good knowing the awareness of his off stump in this inning so far.
And again, we see another no ball. That's weird. We actually said it at the halftime interval that it was the first innings that we've seen so far without a front foot no ball being bowled. And Mr. Bassick overstepping on this occasion. So a free hit for Ngobo on this occasion. See what he can do with it. It's short. It's attempted to be pulled. Just gone through to the keeper. So brings us close to the 7th over. The Tuskers 33 for 1.
And the Tuskers are still going steadily here at more than just over 5 runs and over. 33 for 1. Big man. Ben Hockley's still there, the captain. And they will feel they have a fair chance while he's still in the middle. As we see Tarantal getting ready to continue his spell from the Unisi end.
It's edged. And it's just dropped short of second slip, and third man does the fielding. They go through for 1. I do think they do need to take a bit of a step up here. Second slip standing deep, very deep on this occasion. Generally you're seeing second slip standing quite level with the keeper. And for that exact reason, as the ball goes to second slip and wider, it doesn't sort of carry as much. So definitely another missed opportunity there from Province. And when you do put such a below par total on the board, you've got to take care of those little 1%ers. So small things like those could be the difference between you winning this game and getting through to a final, and for you missing an opportunity like that. And it almost seems like they're just not quite on the ball in terms of those small things here so far this afternoon.
Tarantal has been bowling brilliantly here from the Unisi end so far. He's been getting a bit of bounce, bit of shape away from the batsman. And I would say, Dom, Ngobu does not look as comfortable here with his bowling, but he is seeing it confidently. But I do agree with you. They've got to be clinical in their finishing and taking those half chances.
Oh, and just a random shot at the stumps there from the gully, and he's hit the stumps, but it's ricocheted and they scampered through for single. Again, we talk about those little things, and something like that wasn't necessary to have a shot at the stumps. But like you say, little things have got to be taken care of from Province, and they've been, I wouldn't say a little bit sloppy, very sloppy today.
As we see that second slip being taken out for Ben Hockley.
Good buddy. One and changer.
Just, you feel like as if there's something coming towards their slip cordon with the way they've been bowling, and the opportunity that already has gone down. Backward point, brilliant diving effort by Paul James. Previous over. So really like them to be ready to take that opportunity if it does come.
It's full and tempted to be driven upishly, but only manages the inside edge to mid-wicket. That brings to a close the 8th over. The Tuskers 35 for 1, and my stint has come to a close, so for the next half an hour you have John and Eugene.
Right, so 35 for 1 after 8. They have the early breakthrough, but you do feel they need more at this point to be competitive in this match, having a low total. As I'm joined in the commentary by Eugene, what are your thoughts on what you've seen so far here in the first 8 overs?
Thanks, John. I'm not sure what to make of that first 8 overs. I think I'm with Dom. They missed the trick. And I think they're trying to show a lot of aggression, but in a position that you find here where it is sort of a subpar total, you need to control that aggression. You need to have clear plans in your head. I'm not liking the gaps in the slips that I see. You sort of hedging your bets to try and cover all scenarios. As Joshua Prince now into the attack. And this is an interesting one, and back they come for 2. Excellent running. Excellent running. And the Tuskers really have done well. But for me, the big wicket is Ben Hockley. He is the key for the Tuskers. The planning, I don't know. I'm not sure. Not sure of some of the things I'm seeing out there. And I think Dom hit the nail on the head. Maybe a little bit of a subpar performance so far from Western Province. Another opportunity. And we saw the previous over. I mean, there was no need to throw the ball at the stumps and then hits the stumps, ricochet, goes for one. Just things like that.
And to our viewers that are rather new to the game, we're being, in the sense where you might think we're being hypercritical, but because of the context of the game, so few runs that need to be defended. As we see a wide, you need to protect your runs. You need to protect your runs, and unfortunately what the commentary team here is saying is we're not seeing that they're protecting it or having the plan to actually execute on taking those wickets here. But we do give compliments here to the Tuskers. They're hanging around. They're not losing their wickets.
They're doing more than hanging around. They're actually just batting according to the situation. They've taken on every bad delivery. They've put it away. They've run well between the wickets. We've seen that two balls prior, and they just above the rate. What more do you want from them? They're going about them. They lost that early wicket. The man on strike, he's the key for me, Mr. Hockley. Beautiful. Beautiful shot. Well fielded, though. But still, they come through for one, and just like that. That's 5 runs off this over already.
And you were saying it earlier in this match when the Western Province were down 8, playing the situation, and that the tail enders at the time were playing the situation. Not much they could do. And as we said, the Tuskers here just seeing out the new ball, knowing they don't have to play high-risk cricket.
Yeah, and again, John, I hear what you're saying about seeing out the new ball, but they're doing more than that. They're grabbing every opportunity. They're being very positive with their batting. Their running is very good to see as well. The intensity of it, the urgency of it. And if there's a good ball bowled, they just play it away on merit. And that's what I like. This is the problem for Western Province. I think they've bowled a number of extras over the last 3 days, and they can ill afford that where they're only defending 174.
We were talking at lunch about when a champion is shown, and that is in pressure when the pump is on, and you need to perform when it matters. Well, doesn't get much bigger at this stage in their careers. The Majola Challenge in a semi-final here in Bloemfontein, Johan Volsteedt Oval.
Just going to get you. Just to rectify you there and say it's the Khaya Majola
Challenge.
Cricket Week, yeah. Just for those that are listening. And, it is a very important week for these youngsters. As it is, Mr. Timothy Short is going to come and bowl some tweakers here. And I am surprised that it's taken this long. Western Province love bowling the tweakers in the power play. It's 1 over to go in that. What are we going to see here? And, more importantly, the captain of Tuskers, how are you going to play this now, Mr. Hockley?
He did enjoy his cameo with the bat a bit earlier today, bringing some vulnerable or valuable runs for the Western Province.
He's a character. He's a character. So I've learned a lot about him today, let me tell you, just looking at him. So, Yeah, he's always been around. This is definitely not his first time at Majola. I've seen him around over the years. One slip in place. The 2 men out is long off. And a man at deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, he has placed that to perfection. Save your legs. Those are papers. 4 runs.
What a shot here from the Tuskers skipper, Ben Hockley. Putting Timothy Short immediately under pressure, beginning of his spell.
Again, a lot to admire, but the way he played that. Standing tall and punching that through backward point. And he's done really well, and you get value for shots here. Value for shots. How's that for a shot over extra? Beautifully put away by Hockley. Another boundary. Certainly under pressure now, Short. Going a lot straighter. Just one away from the 50, and that is what I said. That I think the Tuskers, we've got to give them credit. They're doing more than just hanging around. They are playing exceptionally well here.
Good.
That ends the 10th over. That ends the power play as well. 49 for 1. Hockley on 20. And Torbo, he's on 10 as well. And these two are really putting a good partnership together. Still 126 runs needed for victory for a place in the Khaya Majola final here in Bloem.
As we have a look here at Bassick.
Yeah, just some of the highlights from that first power play, John, and there's been really some good shots played, and you do get value for your shots. This is down the leg side again, work for Tarantal to do. He'll get there, but he won't prevent 2 runs. That brings up the 50.
It's been brilliant batting here from the Tuskers in their chase of 175. Skipper still there.
Leg side again. And they're going to be 2 runs again. And here's problems. Here's problems for Province. They really need to sort out the lines and lengths here, because at the minute they're not bowling accordingly. And it looks like he's going to come around the wicket. Now, when we saw this the other day, John, most of the balls were going down the leg side. He's got more men on that offside, on the offside, including a slip. That's where he wants this ball to be going to.
Joshua Prince struggling to find his line here, beginning of his spell. As you're saying, Eugene, when you're coming around the wicket as a left armer to a right-hander, your margin for error is so small with the field that's currently set.
It shouldn't be for me. The reason why I'm saying that is he can go all the way to the keeper. Oh, that's a full toss. It's gone to third man. He can bowl the ball anywhere from to any ball on the offside where it is in line with the keeper. You've got a better angle, you've got a better view of it. I think the problem here is going to the stumps. And the minute you go to the stumps, the angle created will just allow the ball to go down the leg side. So what's needed here is the same as when right-arm bowlers come around the wicket to a left-hand batter. It's just to get your lines a little bit right. Sometimes just ignore the wickets. There you go. That's all he needs to do. Force the batter to hit him to that side, to the offside. Allow to settle in there for a while.
Something that Samuel Hughes did brilliantly this morning is taking it away from the right hand and taking the crucial wicket of Paul James.
Here we go again. To the stumps. Chance! No. But again, bowling to the stumps. We saw one ball out to the off stump, and again the second on the stumps. Ends the over. 11 gone. 55 for 1.
As you said, Eugene, the Tuskers are currently finding the singles every over, getting that required run rate at the very least. This partnership now with 34 runs, building steadily, building nicely. As we do see a bowling change from the Unisi end.
Well, they'll be looking for him to be his golden arm. Paul James into the attack. Now, here is the issue for Western Province. Only one maiden so far in this bowling effort. Where in an innings where you're required to restrict the team, to put a little bit of pressure on them, they haven't built any pressure. Only one maiden in 11 so far. Down the leg side, work for the deep square to do. Will just be one.
We saw what that pressure and what dots can do. It does eventually bring about the fall of a wicket, and that's exactly what the Western Province need here. Tuskers are happy to hit the ball around, rotate the strike, and they are going quite smoothly here at the moment.
Sweeper comes in from the offside, fine legs back. And it is placed beautifully again. They're going to come through for 2. And yeah, there we go. Begs the question, why bring the man in? They're running 2 there.
So as we see fine leg going back, just trying to think what area Paul James is looking to bowl here at. It's probably at the wickets. Ngobu and strike. Right at the wickets. Backward points. It's there to stop it. Captain Daniel Borsman eager to have a shot at the stumps there, making sure the man's in his ground.
He's learned his lesson from before. He's cost his team 1 run already by hitting the stumps. 3 runs in this over. Nicely played. Work for third man to do. And because it's to his right-hand side, Joshua Prince had to run around that. Stopped it, but not the 2. Just like at 5, with the ball still to go. That ends over number 12. Going at a rate of 5 to the over. 60 for 1.
I love the maturity that the Tuskers have gone about their business here. They've been scoring, you would argue, almost freely. They've been able to see out the bad balls, and they've found the gaps in the field. They've been playing sensible cricket. They haven't looked rushed at any point or pressured at any point. And it's been really good. It's been good to watch.
The phrase you're looking for, they play the ball on merit. That's all they're doing. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary. Joshua Prince back into the attack again, coming around the wicket. Beautifully played, well stopped, and that's a better line. Maybe the length a tad bit too full, but that's a better line.
Western Province here looking for a wicket, desperate to break this partnership. Now 39 runs worth.
I think they're more desperate to get 9 wickets. That's what they want. They want to see the back of this man for sure. Hockley, fine leg, now goes back. Long off in place. Still 5 in the ring. Not going to say I told you so, John. That's all you need to do.
Joshua Prince finding his line here. It's a much better line.
And the other thing is, I think the keeper needs to come up a bit. He's taking the balls around his ankles. Oh, full toss doesn't help. But Rob Quinlan is taking a lot of the balls, many of the balls, the majority of them, not even shin high. It's more or less around the ankles with the way this ball's coming through. And we've already seen, if we can pan that back and see how far he's back from the stumps, will give us a better idea from how far he is back there. And you can see he can come up maybe a yard or two. Oh, that's not a great delivery. That is not a great delivery. Don't go looking. Don't go stumps hunting.
Great take by Rob Quinlan there behind the wickets for that delivery.
No, there you can see how far back he is. I'd rather want to see someone, with all due respect, drop a catch than the ball not carrying.
Big appeal. Umpire Amy not interested.
Well, she's given leg byes. This will be a very interesting look. Rob Quinlan, he was adamant, the keeper.
Oh, and it looks like it was a very good shout here from the review.
Well, 2 things to think about. Firstly, where's the batter standing and was there a stride? And was there a stride? Second thing, how far did the ball need to carry? Not that far. And the Titans, apologies, the Tuskers, they might have got away with one there. So as I said, the 2 things is, how far was there a stride? No stride. So basically the ball hit him on the popping crease. Now when you look at this side, now again, we have got the luxury of seeing this over and over and over again. But that was a very good shot.
In the context of this game, how important will that moment be? It was the big man, it was the skipper, Ben Hockley on strike. And there's an edge, and it's taken behind the wickets. Paul James gets the breakthrough that the Western Province have been looking for so desperately. Nwobu has to depart for 20. And the Tuskers now 63 for 2. Still a lot of work to be done.
A lot of work for sure. However, Western Province will keep getting, and it's the golden man, the golden arm, Paul James, getting the edge. And he finds a healthy edge, and look at the excitement. Those men, they will be well chuffed with that one. There's still a lot of work to be done. They need 8 golden balls, because the only way they're winning this one is if they bowl the Tuskers out. Madassin, he's the new man, and it looks like he's taking a leg stump guard. And there's work to be done here with his captain. 112 more runs. The Tuskers have been involved in some tight games, maybe not high-scoring games. Slip in place. Oh, not the best ball. Not the best ball. Not gonna. I said on day one, a certain Neil McKenzie would have been in your ear there saying, "What are you doing? Giving that your first ball?" But I'm again with this point about where the keeper and the slipper standing. They have to come up a bit. He's too deep. He's a tall man, is Rob Quinlan, and he can just stand up. You can see the distance there yet again. And if he's standing that deep, Slipper's even going to stand a bit deeper. Oh, that's going to be 4. That's a gift. That's an absolute gift. No, it's festive, but you don't want to be that kind to batter that's just come to the crease.
The previous 2 deliveries as well, it was full and wide. This time he doesn't miss out. Always a rule of thumb is you want a new batsman to be playing at the ball, you want to be challenging them up front. Unfortunately, these couple of deliveries have not been that.
That's given as a wide. Well, he's at it, Mr. Ruben van Zyl. 292 needed for victory against the Lions. The Jeugskei derby there. Ruben van Zyl has moved to 54 of 32 deliveries. And Laka has just been watching on the other end. He's on 18 of 32. If you're the Knights, you want to sign that fella up. He's scored some runs here in Bloem. You know a few people. I mean, sure you can make it happen, John. You in the coin industry. I mean, you can just get a few people to say, listen, this kid can hit the ball all parts. You put your stick on the back of his bat. Happy days.
Have a discussion with Coach JP.
And the Knights winning the T20 knockout comp. They're going quite well there in Division 2. And now, for one, I'm glad to be here in Bloemfontein. I always said Bloemfontein is the heartbeat of South Africa, and many a good cricketer has come from these parts. End of a successful over for Western Province. 68 for 2.
Just looking at that over from Paul James, obviously getting the crucial breakthrough that they require, but next couple of deliveries, just not finding his line, wide delivery bowled, and then kind of a freebie of a 4 given, a boundary shot. And it's just not what the Western Province need at this moment. They need to be very disciplined with their bowling attack, and they mustn't be giving anything. And as they got that wicket, more importantly, only need 107 runs to win now. Joshua Prince continues from the rugby's end.
Yeah, they know Ben Hockley. They know this fella. They can get rid of him. There could be a good chance, because the required rate is only 3. So, if he's going to go there, take the slip out, put him at square leg. Because then you're going to give him that added protection that if it does go a little bit straighter, then you know you got a protection there.
That's what I was thinking. Joshua Prince loves to attack the wickets. Has tended to bowl a bit fuller. There's good over here in his 4th.
Don't be going doing that now. Commentators, don't be going doing that now. Let's just enjoy what's happening out there. 3 dots. 3 dots to start this over. Good fielding. Makes it 4, because that was a full toss again. Now, Captain Bosman says, listen, Lahadin, can you go to square leg? That's a good idea for me. Now then, it's got protection either side. Oh, that is beautifully put away. Wide of mid-on. 4 runs. Hockley is just playing his ball on merit. That time he saw a scoring opportunity, and he just put that ball away with ease. Beautifully punched down the ground for 1 again, and that's going to bring an end to that 15th over. I told you, don't be saying anything, John. But anyway.
Well, looking at that, that was just a stunning shot. Not much the fielder can do there.
Well, John, you've had a good long stint, and 15 overs have been completed. You deserve a well-deserved break there, sir. Maybe a cup of coffee to go with whatever you're witnessing out there. And back in, sitting alongside me, Dominic Hendricks. And Dom, these are really interesting times. That was the wicket to fall. Yeah, it was a healthy edge. Tarantal getting that one. And then James, full ball, just a body shape, because that was more a casing point than it was a half volley. Just not put away well, and we're going to be seeing spin here. And it is the captain himself, Daniel Bosman. They just got to keep taking wickets here, Dom.
Yeah, they do. It's their only way to win this game. Just need to create 8 more opportunities.
Yeah. 3 saving 1 on the offside. So he's going to go rather straight. Well, cannot bowl there because there's plenty of gaps on that offside. Back they come for the second. line. He just needs to think about that line a little bit more here, the captain of Western Province. This pitch looks like it's an absolute good one as well. Again, settled nicely.
Yeah, as soon as this ball's got older, it's not much an offer for anybody, really. I do think the big thing was that the Tuskers struck early, and they struck regularly, and made good use of that new ball.
Oh, that's carved away. Save your legs, fella. That is going to go to the boundary for papers. That's going to be 4. And Dom, yeah, we got to ask these questions. And the question we ask is all cricket related as that over comes to an end. Let's go right back to the toss. Tuskers wanted to bowl. Western Province wanted to bat. And when you do, if you're a team deciding to bat in 50 over cricket, you are thinking scores of excess, 250, 260, 275. But you still have to have that sort of mental application and just natural physical application about getting there to those scores if you want to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking back at the Western Province innings, there wasn't really one person that really looked like they were willing to knuckle down and just play the situation more than anything. The situation required someone to just bat as long as possible and bat out the 50 overs. And sort of everyone in the top 6, I'd even say top 7, as soon as there was a little bit of pressure built, the first thing they thought about was trying to hit their way out of pressure.
Brings me to my next question. I see Timothy Short, just a change of ends. He's now here at the rugby ground end. Was there maybe a little bit overconfidence in the batting that we've seen?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, could have maybe just been a preconceived idea that the surfaces have played well so far this week. There have been high scores at this venue. And obviously today was a new surface that we used. And this one looked quite a bit different from the rest that we've seen. Different in that there was a lot more green grass on the surface. So yeah, maybe not playing what was in front of them instead of playing what has been.
Yeah, that I can agree with you. Oh, and the Titans have lost their main man, Ruben van Zyl. Man that has lit up this Khaya Majola week so far. And now the other men need to come to the party.
Yeah, and we sort of saw that on, was it the second day? Yeah, the Titans, all of their batters sort of getting in and no one really batting with him.
Oh, I don't know about your clock, but I make it this is the second innings where it's been 1 hour and 5 minutes and should be 1 hour and 10. However, the umpires have called drinks, where the Tuskers have progressed to 81 for 2, still requiring a further 94 runs to get to that all-important final. Ben Hockley on 31, Nadassin, he's on 8. He's got a boundary as well to go with that. Join us in a few moments after the drinks break. We're back after the drinks break. What has been said? What plans have been devised? We'll wait and see. Western Province bowled out for 174. That was the lowest score here, and that had nothing to do with the surface. It's been a good surface here at the Johan Volsteedt Oval. And that is worked on the onside by the man that holds the key for the Tuskers, Ben Hockley, their captain. Well, Dom, put your captain's hat on. What will you do? You spin the option, maybe to see if they can prize something.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think spin is the option this week. Hasn't been much on offer from the spinners, so all things point to the seamers, especially the service today. It's been slightly seamer friendly.
Now then, with the seamers that has been on show for Western Province, who would you throw the ball to?
For me, it would either be Wacko Basic. He looked tidy from his rugby end. Barring his first over, he bowled a really good opening spell. Or it'd have to be the big fella, Tarantal. He also looked good from the Unisi end.
Yeah, so they will have to just wait a couple more overs. So they can bowl anywhere after over 20, I think. Tarantal maybe 1 or 2 overs before that, because he only bowled a 4-over spell.
Oh, yes, boys.
I think they also got to set the field for, as we say, straight bowling. Straight for us is off stump. Anything straighter than that, sometimes they work on that one side. See if they can prize a wicket there. Because now the game has changed now a little bit. That they need to get wickets. They need to build pressure. But I tell you, each one of those men in that Tuskers dugout is counting down those 93 runs that's still left.
Yeah, and for the Tuskers, it's just going to take some sensible cricket from here on in. Only needing just under 3 and over.
Not going to tell you how deep slip is standing again, Dom.
And how square he's standing too.
Just from this angle alone, I think he's fairly deep.
Short bowling a great over so far. Just bowling wicket to wicket.
Look, there it is. There it is, Dom. That's how deep your first slip is. Oh, first for the catch behind the stumps, then for the stumping, because he might have thought he'd lift his leg. Rob Quinlan is having a word of 3.
We'd love to take another look at that.
Shorty.
Well, I can understand why the umpire gave that out. That is quite close. That is quite close. Benefit of the doubt, as always, goes to the batter.
Yeah, great piece of glove work from the keeper. Here's another look at it.
Oh, get on!
Oh! Nearly ran onto the stumps there. Well, now then. Maybe the tide has come in here to Bloemfontein. Things are happening here all of a sudden over the last 2 overs. It's down the leg side.
Boss, good boss, keep working, boss.
Yeah, Province selling into a really good passage of play here. Loads of dots. So trying to build some pressure. This one is short and pulled into the onside just for the single. And it almost looks like the Tuskers just geared down maybe 1 or 2 too many.
Can't believe he didn't do that.
Let's be on the mic. Rob Quinlan.
Shorty.
Through for a quick single.
Oh.
Yeah, we heard on the mic there, Rob Quinlan, just having a word in the batsman's ear, just saying, can't believe you got away with that one. Can't believe it wasn't given. So he was convinced that he was out.
Yeah, it's one of those that it's very close. And again, these umpires do not have the luxury of viewing it over and over or even referring it to anybody else. So this is that stumping that he was referring to.
3 minutes up, eh?
You really need to freeze it at the point of where the stumps are or where the bails are lifted. It was good work, though, by him. Well, Tom, as a cricketer, you've got to be happy with that decision because it was very, very close. It was a close decision and one that the umpire wasn't sure. You have to be 100% sure. One that keeps low. You've got to be 100% sure when you make a decision.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Very close to call, so decision given, not out.
What the Tuskers don't want to do here is just let these two spinners settle. They seem to have good rhythm about them. Timothy Short in his 4th over just conceded 10 runs.
And Province are, you get the sense they're clawing their way back into this game. Just get the feeling that Nadesan is just batting himself into a bit of trouble here. Just a few too many dot balls consecutively, so his one options are not quite as good as Ben Hockley at the moment.
9 of 26. And he's also got a boundary in that 9. Oh, it's just going to be the single in that over. Good over from Timothy Shaw. 89 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, and from the Tuskers' point of view, as we go again back to that stumping chance.
Really trying to score, he just can't. Thank you.
Yeah, good decision.
Yeah.
Very good decision.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, Rob Quinlan. I like to keep it quiet on the noisy side, and he's getting in the batter's ear here.
Yes.
You get the sense that he is putting some pressure on Daniel that's struggling to score.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but the fielders also need to play their part. There's no way that should have been a single. Good work by Josh to his left hand through the come for another single. This is where the fielders also have to play their part. They also got to realize what the situation is around them. And more importantly, got to be wanting the ball to come to you.
And I think that the thing the Tuskers don't want at the moment, well, the problem that I'm foreseeing here is that Hockley's not facing regularly. And sometimes the problem that arises is that you get into a good rhythm, and after you don't face a couple of balls for an extended period of time, you just get out of touch a little bit. So just maybe disrupting his rhythm slightly.
Well, that is the magical point there. The rhythm. Batters, they have a certain rhythm, especially the ones that have batted for a longer time. He's faced 54 deliveries, has Hockley. And you don't want your partner to be putting a little pressure on you by starving you of the strike. 2 from that over. 91 for 2.
And I'm just going to take an educated guess here. In the last 10 overs, I reckon Hockley hasn't faced more than 20 balls.
That would be a very interesting stat. Very interesting. Hit out to the man on the sweeper boundary. Western Province wouldn't mind that. Now, if Timmy Short can bowl a few more dots here to Nadasan, they will feel that pressure will continue to build on this Tuskers top order. Now I decide, listen, let's have Middle in the ring. Oh! Close.
It's a really good shout from Western Province. Let's we take another look at it. Eugene, you an umpire yourself.
Yeah, that maybe feels it didn't straighten enough. Oh, excellent. Excellent extra cover there. Waco Basic's the man. I just feel maybe it just didn't look like it straightened him. So I can understand that one as well.
Just a point I'd actually like to make, just for the field. This one's cut just in front of point. Some work to do in the deep. Yeah, with Timothy Short bowling quite straight here. Looking to hit the stumps. Yeah, possibly sliding on that occasion. One of those, it could be umpire's call.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. It didn't over straighten alarmingly. We can understand that. Yes, the batter did move across. Is that one that you will be happy with as a batter? As a bowler, you're not.
Yeah, as a bowler, you're not.
One thing it wasn't doing, it wasn't going over the sticks.
No.
23 gone. 95 for 2. Yeah, and the point I actually wanted to make, just with regards to the field from... Yeah, the point I wanted to make there was Timothy Short settled into a beautiful length, nice and straight, hitting the stumps. So I don't see the ball really going to deep mid wicket, and at the moment could possibly use that deep mid wicket in a better position, maybe an extra point or maybe an extra cover because he is bowling relatively straight. Yeah, maybe just another way for Province to just add some extra pressure.
I reckon it was out.
You gotta love Rob Quinlan, don't you? Oh, that could attribute to that rhythm there. Hockley nearly hitting that back to the bowler.
Yeah, now producers just got some information for us regarding that. In the last 10 overs, just 21 balls he's faced, so only a third of the available delivery. So speaking to the fact that, again, to that point I made earlier, just maybe slightly getting out of rhythm, not facing strike or not on strike as regularly as he was.
I tell you one thing, these umpires are going to be under pressure here. So far, they stood tall, they stood firm by their decisions.
Oh, go Mickey.
Oh, no, that's going to be 4. The minute that beats the inside inner ring here, that ball just rolls away. And Dasson gets his second boundary.
And that brings up the 100 for the Tuskers, so 74 more required, inching slowly closer to that total.
That first round.
And if you're joining us for the first time, in pursuit of 175, they bowled Western Province out earlier this morning.
Oh!
Nearly yorked him there. Ends the 24th. He's got a very strong bottom hand grip there. I'll give him that. And that's an indication that the ball will go square. People have had a strong bottom hand grip like you see in a Dasson have there. And these are things that you pick up. And this is where you need your point and your square leg to say, listen, I saw him have that bottom hand is quite strong now on the bat. Maybe you should set the field accordingly a little bit squarer maybe for him. Oh! Well, Tom did suggest they move that man, but he nearly ended up taking a catch.
Yeah, I was actually more referring to the man currently on strike, Nadasan. Better use for him somewhere else, as he's looked to just sort of hit it up the ground. Maybe another one there, maybe catching, or possibly a man just in front of point on the offside.
Yeah, just in the eye line, that's where you want him. And that is work back with a point. The chase is on. And they're going to come back for the third. That's excellent running. It was Paul James that was chasing that one. But 3 more added to the total.
And as you said, that strong bottom hand grip. Playing it spot there. It almost looked like Tarantau was just a bit slow to get off the boundary early in the over.
It's one of those that they've come flat at you and just not sure whether you should go in or stand your ground.
And let's also mention the fact that it is day 4 of 5, so some tired bodies out there. Stiffness in all parts of the body, legs, lower back.
25 gone. 105 for 2. Well, I'm going to see if I can acquaint myself with the Tuskers men there and leave you here with John.
Yeah, thank you, Eugene. Does look like we have a change from the Unisi end of the ground.
Does look like Bassett is back into the attack. It's been an interesting run of play here with the spinners. Some half chances, some really good bowling from Timothy Short and from his captain Daniel Bosman. But the Tuskers have been able to rotate the strike, soak up all the pressure, and they're still there, the two men. Partition now with 42 runs.
Yeah, an interesting field set from Bassett here. 3 men out, third man. Fine leg and a deep square leg. Interestingly enough, not opting for a slip on this occasion. I think I'd love to see that deep square leg come out. Going to possibly slip. It just feels like that's a bit of a more attacking option for Bassett. He bowled beautifully with the new ball. That's punched beautifully and it beats cover. And yet another boundary for the Tuskers. What a great shot from Ndassen.
Excellent shot from Ndassen. He's been soaking a lot of pressure out there. And this time around, a bit of width on offer. Glances that through. Backward point. That's another boundary. And etching their way closer to that victory.
And that's sort of where Bassett needs to stay. Definitely feel like that deep square could be used better. Maybe possibly even like a catching point. I know it's a bit of a different field, but Ndassen does seem to hit the ball square on the offside, so possibly a catching opportunity behind point there, so worth maybe a shot of getting a catching point. As this one's short and pulled into the deep. Straight to that man at deep square, so they trot through for a single.
The score moves to 110. Only 65 runs required to win this match. The semi-final, the Khaya Majola Challenge here in Bloemfontein. And would it be fair to say, Dom, that this would be considered an upset? Looking at how this tournament has played out, Western Province not having lost the match. The defending champions.
Yeah, absolutely, John. I mean, Province have gone unbeaten so far in this competition, and the Tuskers narrowly scraping through, just getting their place in the semi-final as a result of net run rate. So that meaning they scored slightly quicker than Eastern Province, who unfortunately didn't make it through to the semi-final. So yeah, definitely a big upset here.
No!
And that brings to a close the 26th over. 1-1-1 for 2, the Tuskers are. Another 64 runs required. And as we speak about semi-finals, let's just have a look quickly at some other fixtures going on. So at the Manguang Oval, we have the Titans taking on the Lions. The Lions scoring 291 for 6 this morning. The Titans currently 105 for 2, so about on par for that chase. But most importantly, the big wicket of Ruben van Zyl in the shed already. So that's going to be a good finish to that fixture. Going to be an exciting semi-final. Again, all matches at the Sky Majola week and all youth weeks with Cricket South Africa is being streamed by Pitch Vision, so make your way to Cricket South Africa's YouTube page where you can catch all the action. As Ockley punches this one into the offside for another single. It's good to see Nadasan up his tempo a bit in the last few overs. Just starting to score a bit freer. As they scamper through for a quick single. He's comfortably made his ground. He's definitely looked like he's found his fluency, hasn't he?
It does feel like he's gone through the gears here. He's hit a couple of boundaries. He's looking much more confident there in the middle as this partnership reaches 50 runs.
Oh, beautifully bowled by Timothy Short. Bit of turn on offer there.
Had us both gasping here, Dom. Bit of turn there. Beating the outside edge. Oh, and that's what you want to see if you left Dom orthodox. Beautiful delivery to end that over. Tuskers 114 for the loss of 2. End of 27th over.
And just a couple of other fixtures from the Khaya Majola Cricket Week. The Eastern Storm playing CSA Invitational. CSA setting 291 for 7. 104 for 1. Eastern Storm are in pursuit of that. So another entertaining fixture at this week. As Bassett continues here and they scamper through for a quick single. Some really good cricket here so far from these two. Big inside edge and just wrapping him on the pads. Luckily not to hit the stumps on that occasion. Going back to a ball that's possibly just going a touch over the stumps.
There have been a lot of these half chances or where they've had centered of a wicket, but it unfortunately has not happened here for the Western Province.
And sort of that's, if you could say, has been the difference between the two teams. Those half chances sort of going one way for one and the other for the other team. Again, those small things, that is the difference in as big a fixture as a semi-final to getting over the line and not getting over the line.
And they've been personified here a bit today. Brilliant chances taken, and every half chance for a single or quick single, or making it two, those differences matter, and we are seeing the result of that as we almost reaching the conclusion of this game. Still a lot of cricket to be played, a lot of things can still occur, but the two men in the middle for the Tuskers looking steady at the moment.
Oh, and he's bowled him full straight And a beautifully executed Yorker from Basic. Dare I say it. Is this exactly what Province needed to get them going?
It's a stunning Yorker, and as I said those words, I was thinking, oh my goodness, touch wood. But that is the end of Nadasan. He's played a good hand here for his team. He saw a lot of pressure, didn't look comfortable in the beginning, but he showed a lot of grit. But he has to depart for 28 runs from 54 deliveries. Bassett gets his man and ends this great partnership that was been built.
Yeah, as we have a look at it again. Full and straight, and Nadasan unfortunately playing down the wrong line. And the new man to the crease is Ethan Muir. And definitely a little bit more chatter from the Province boys. Seeing a bit down in the last couple of overs. Obviously a couple of shouts not quite going their way. So is this what they needed just to get them going, get them fired up? 60 runs are still a long way away.
Does Western Province believe? Do they believe it's possible? 7 wickets required. 60 runs needed. Still a tall order.
And as you say that, we see the deep square leg moving into a first slip, so definitely looking to be attacking.
Wakesy, ball me. Go, Mickey. Let's go, boys. Here we go, Mickey. Here we go. This is going to be a match-changing substitution. That's not looking bad. No, it's not looking bad. Go, Here we go, Mick. Here we go. Come, Mick. Here we go. Somebody needs to go third, eh?
So with that, we see Darren Tall brought back into the attack from the rugby's end.
Great move from the skipper here. Seeing an opportunity for another strike bowler to come in. So with the loss of that wicket, they've opted for the big fella, Darren Tall. He too bowled beautifully with that new ball. So trying to apply some pressure on the new batter.
Great decision by the captain. They need Darren Tall now. Get this man out.
And he starts with a short one, and it's pulled into the deep, and it's gone all the way. Definitely not the start that Darren Tall and Province need, but what a great shot of authority from Hockley.
What a statement from the man in form, Ben Hockley. Back of a length and picks it up and says thank you very much. He moves to 49.
Yeah, and it does look like Darren Tall's just ambling in here. Noticeably, it doesn't look like he's moving as freely as he was in that first spell. So maybe a bit of fatigue setting in here. Not as much energy on the ball as it was with the new one. He's found his length. That's more what we expect from him. And the Tuskers just require another 54 to win. 54 for victory. And that puts them into the final. So a lot to play for still here. And that's edged. It's gone fine. Some work to do from third man. He's done a great job. And they scamper through for 2. And then brings up 50 for Ben Hockley. He's batted beautifully this afternoon. A man that's looked in full control of this run chase. And he's definitely going to have to take them all the way.
The skipper, Ben Hockley, gets to his half century. He has been the man in form. And today he has delivered once again for his team. What a position they find themselves in. From a team that was struggling to get the results through the course of this week, narrowly getting into the semi-final via net run rate. And here they are, at the point of possibly beating the Western Province, the defending champions, to go to the final.
1 ball remaining.
Yeah, it's just interesting to note that why did they not have a slip in? They need to take wickets. That is Province, so it was possibly a missed opportunity there at slip because they would have gone straight to the man. Yeah, I would have loved to see this exact field to Hockley, but the only difference, no mid-wicket, and just have a deep square. I mean, there's no problem if you get him off strike because you want to bowl to the new man. That's your way into this game. So maybe just a trick miss there from Western Province. Now that being said, that is the end of the 29th over. 124 for 3.
It's funny what pressure does when you're under pressure, when you have to perform. The decision making is sometimes questionable. That's what pressure does. And
yeah, I think the big thing about pressure is that it just reveals your character more than anything. It shows what you're all about. And Ben Hockley dealing with the pressure beautifully so far. Only 52 not out.
yeah, he's played a real captain's knock here today for the Tuskers. He's steadied the ship. And he's put them well in the position to claim a very great victory here for the Tuskers in this semi-final. Wacko Bissek, he's not going to go down without a say. He's storming in here at the moment. Well, the Unici end. He's been also brilliant today, with ball in hand. Played a crucial knock for the Western Province with a bat, being unbeaten.
Yeah, 3 dots so far this over, so a bit of pressure being built, but again, not his 3 best deliveries. Very much on the full side. I don't think Hockley looks too troubled by what he's faced so far. Again, very full. Driven up the ground for no run. They scamper through for a quick single. And he makes his ground comfortably. Now just 50 to win for the Tuskers.
That's good cricket right there. And Hockley absorbing most of the pressure in that over. And getting himself on the other end to hopefully hold the strike for the over to come.
End of a decent over from Basic. Just the one off it. 125 for 3 after 30 overs. Tuskers require another 50 runs for victory. My apologies.
It's real maturity here from the captain. Looking at that last over, Basic has been bowling really well. He's absorbed most of the pressure. As you said, it was a bit fuller. Could have argued he could have been playing a bit more expressively, but he hasn't chosen to do that. Still keeping good shape and form as he sees off the first delivery from Tarantal from the rugby's end.
And just looking at the field at the moment, Province boys just seem a little bit on the flat side again. Just need something to get them going, yeah. Slow ball on this occasion from Tarantal. Punched into the deep. I think most importantly, Tarantal's now got 4 at the new man, Ethan Muir.
As you say, that deep square leg is making his way back into the slips. Looking to apply pressure on the other end. They say it, Dom, but at the moment just simply looks a bit easy out there for the Tuskers. Ben Huckley has been controlling the situation, you feel, very well in the middle.
Big appeal, but not with a great deal of conviction from Western Province. Yeah, he's held this innings together wonderfully. Sort of batted with real maturity. Played a real captain's knock here. Just see the confidence flowing from him. Just looks a confident man at the moment. It's driven, aerial. It's gone past cover, and that'll be a boundary. Muir off the mark with a boundary. And most importantly, the Tuskers are 4 closer to that total.
Ethan Muir decides he's going to open up his hands, decides to go the aerial route. And he clears cover, finds the gap, and that's 4 runs to his name.
Driven, and that looks like it's been dropped at backward point.
By the reaction of Paul James, who's a brilliant fielder there at backward point. Does look as if it has been a drop. That would be unfortunate. That would be second of the day. It's a great effort as we look at it again.
Yeah, clear frustration shown from James there. This might be a slightly better angle for us to see. Yeah, tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. And in order to win games, you need to be taking those 50-50 chances.
Indeed, it was tough, but it is a known fact that usually your best fielder is there at backward point, and Paul James has been entrusted by the Western Province with that position in mind. Because of those sharp chances that do fly towards backward point.
Basic to continue from the Unisi end of the ground. Basic looks a little bit like he's on the slightly more fatigued side because he's missing on the fuller side. Generally a sign if you're missing your length, especially on the fuller side, not quite finishing your action. Again, full and straight. Love to see him just drag that length back a good 2 or 3 meters. It's going to give him his best chance to catch the batters off guard because it just looks a bit floaty at the moment and quite easy to play for Hockley.
This is flicked down to square leg. We'll recover it. It's only a single. So this is what Bassick wanted. He wanted to be bowling to the new man, Ethan Muir, out there. So here we go.
Yeah, only one off this over so far, so again another tight over from Bassick. Can he close it off? It's full and driven, and they scamper through for a single.
It's good running there. Ethan Muir called it early. It's off the mark quickly. That's one more run less required for them to achieve victory here over the Western Province.
Full toss, flicked into the deep. Just a single. Brings to close the 32nd over. 133 for the loss of 3. The Tuskers are well in control of this run chase and this fixture so far.
As we see a bowling change, it does look as if Timothy Short will be brought back into the attack. Yeah, from the rugby's end.
And it's a shout. Kevin not out.
He's been bowling well today. Here in his 8th, still looking for his first wicket.
As we look at it again. Yeah, maybe just sliding down the leg side. Short and on the straighter side on this occasion. Some work to do in the deep. Brings the dive out. They only managed 2. Great work in the deep.
This time it's given. And Timothy Short gets his first wicket. It's the big wicket, the skipper, Ben Hockley, who has to depart for 58 of 87. And they've been looking for that.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment on Hockley's face. Not the ideal time to go. Yeah, and that looks adjacent. Well bowled from Timothy Short. Tuskers 135 for 4.
End of a great knock from the skipper. Timothy Short finally getting his man. There's been a couple of LBW calls today. And this time, umpire Amy says that's it. And she gives.
After this. Coming over.
And the new man to the crease is Zanibi. Tuskers still need 40 to book their place in the final.
That's center.
And the noise level suddenly increased again from Western Province. They seem like they're up for it again. 33 gone. 135 for 4.
Certainly has increased. And with the introduction of the left-hander, can't help but think that Daniel Bosman would like to have a go. So yeah, as Dom leaves the commentary, takes a well-deserved rest. Rejoined here by Eugene. See, it does look as if there's a bowling change from the Unici end.
Thought Western Province wanted to have Dom still on comms because he seems to be a great wicket taker for them. As Joshua Prince comes back into the attack. He's bowled 4 overs for 19. And this is going to be straight as. Oh, the ball spinning away. And they're going to come back for 2.
Every run at this moment counts, as it has the whole game. 2 new men, relatively new men out there. And the Western Province know if they want to do something, they have to do it now.
Oh, that's going down the leg side again. Back they come for another 2. Just haven't learned those lessons. Your straight is hitting off stump, not middle. With the angle that is coming in, you got to try and hit off stump. Don't look at any other stump. If they want you to bowl straight, your straight is that off stump there. That's where you're going to go. That's going to be 4. That's going to be 4.
As the ball joins us here in the commentary box. And just on your point, Eugene, something Joshua Prince have been struggling with a bit this game is he's wasn't able to find his line over the wicket. He's come around the wicket, but he's still been looking to attack the wickets, and it has brought about that point that you've been making over and over again, that he is drifting down the leg side.
Even that one. So when bowlers tell me they want to go straight, and then the answer is, as you say there, they want to bowl at the wickets, my answer to them will be, what stump you're aiming to hit? That is the key, because there's 3 of them, and the lesson here for Joshua Prince, especially during this week, because we've seen it this week as well, is straight from around the wicket, is show me how you can hit off stump.
And unfortunately, they've built a bit of momentum, but he's conceded 9 runs here.
Oh, that's going to be more. That's going to be more. Lessons not learnt yet. That's more runs, and the Tuskers forever drawing closer to that 175 target. It's under 30 now.
And it just hurts the hard work that's been done the last 10 overs, the discipline they've tried to show. Unfortunately, that over has been costly for the Western Province. Tuskers will smile. They're 148 for 4 here at the end of the 34th over.
Just a little bit of a conference just to see what they're going to do here, but this fella short, he's got to continue.
He's been bowling well today and he's been hitting his line and length. He's just taken the wicket. Why wouldn't you let him finish? He's found the odd ball to turn here.
Just paddled round the corner. Good fielding, but they're going to come through for 3.
And that is 150 up for the Tuskers, 151. They've been brilliant today, only losing 4 wickets.
Change of action, left arm over.
New man in the middle, left-hander.
No. So that's a run. Boys, everyone shift a little bit.
Beats the outside edge there, playing for turn. Quicker delivery. Must say, there's been a few appeals here from Western Province. You can understand that.
As you can see, Timothy Short playing around with his pace. As that concludes his over.
Just not sure what that flicked. Rob Quinlan, he was up, but he's been up for most things today.
As I believe a wicket-keeper should be. He's been sharp today behind the wickets.
Yeah, he has been.
The big man.
But the Tuskers are forever drawing closer to that wing target. And they still have 6 wickets in hand. And Western Province really need to pull a rabbit from a hat here if they wish to turn this one around. And there another discussion, and that is because he's bowled so many overs, he has to wait the amount of overs that he's bowled before he can come back in. Now, I've asked this question as well on day one because somebody, I can't really remember the game it was, I think it was the Lions in Eastern Province, bowled a few overs from the top end, then came back to bowl an over from this end. And I thought, well, shouldn't he wait that amount of time? And I think I was correct in saying, and here the right thing is being applied. So Wacko Basic has to wait, unfortunately. So Paul James is going to bowl now from the Unisi end. Driven, half stop. In fact, if he didn't stop that, that was papers all the way through. Well done by Basic.
Great stop there, backward point. And great explanation, Eugene, on the rule of the seamers only allowed to bowl 6 overs. And we just saw umpires standing firm on that rule.
Yeah, and this time it wasn't the 6 overs, so he's bowled a spell there of 2 or 3 overs. I'm not sure totally how many overs he's bowled, but collectively, let's say if it was 3, that is 6 overs that he has to wait. So umpires are deemed that he hasn't waited that entire 6 overs, so he has to just bide his time a little bit. My question is, the exact same thing happened on day 1. It was the Lions versus the Eastern Province game. And I can't recall who it was, whether it was the Lions or the Eastern Province. Somebody bowled 4 overs from the Unisi end, got taken off, and continued bowling and bowled 2 overs from this end. And I raised the question then. Oh, glorious through extra cover. It was uppish. But papers for Tuskers.
What a fantastic shot to get off the mark here. And I was about to compliment Paul James, but that was such a beautiful shot. Paul James finding that line, as we were saying, on the wickets. Joshua Prince was not able to get as well. What a fantastic shot to get off the mark.
And he's got plenty of time. Just 19 needed for victory for a place in the Khaya Majola final. Was uppish. Dan Cook, the subfielder, he was maybe thinking he had an opportunity, but that whistle past him.
I have to say, Eugene, this Tuskers side has come out today and they've thoroughly impressed me with their intensity, with their plans, with their focus. They've been clinical today in all shapes of the game.
No, you're clutching at straws for that appeal. I just think they did the basics well. I think when they were in the field, their bowling was disciplined. Their fielding was disciplined. And then here with the bat, it's been disciplined. They don't have to go out and smash the ball to all parts. Western Province have been under pressure, knowing that they needed 10 wickets to try and win this game. However, that is the story. Tuskers 156 for 4 in pursuit of 175 for victory here over Western Province. Ben Hockley, he's led his team quite magnificently. He's got 58 of 88 deliveries before he was strapped LBW by Timothy Short. So it's for the rest of the men to see if they can guide them across the line. We're going to have a short break as it's drinks here at the Johan Volsteedt Oval. Here, the home of Grey College.
Timmy! Half a dump shield. Go basketball now, bro. Oh, damn. That's heavy, bro. My lady took it. Cheers. Catching high ball. That's $4. Was it $1 full? It was no, 6. This is a different ball. Cheers. Don't remember what to do. Cheers.
And we're back here at the Johan Volsteedt Oval. 19 runs needed for the Tuskers to book their place in the Khaya Majola 2025 final, Western Province. They need a moment. They need 5 wickets, 6 wickets in fact. And that is one of the 19 that's needed.
It's Timothy Short to continue and finish his spell here today. He's bowled well. He's built some pressure. Had a couple of appeals his way. Advancing down the ground, struck firmly. And that is a boundary.
Well, we haven't seen much of that. But the left hand has come out here. And he has just given it a good tap past Timothy Shaw for 4. Well, they are racing away to that target now. And for me, John, just shows how good this pitch has been. Maybe the only question Western Province can ask of themselves is their batting display. That's the only thing.
Yeah, there's not too many things to point at. Not too many excuses to pull out of the hat. It has been a brilliant ground. There was a bit of wind this morning. Couple of gusts, but nothing too serious as we see this one hit down the ground to long off for another single. More importantly, that required run rate or that required runs moves down to 12.
And Timothy Shaw finishes with 1 for 34 off his 10. Created a few opportunities. However, Tuskers, well, dare we say it, start your car. It looks like you guys will be going to the final, but as they say, cricket, funny things and stranger things has happened. Not sure if it will be that strange, however. Daniel Bosman bring himself back on.
It would be very strange indeed from this position, Eugene. Oh no, that's not what you needed. Some overthrows here. Shy at the non-striker. And Daniel Bosman not able to get back in time to recover that.
Josh.
For many of these men, I wonder how it will feel from Western Province perspective. Likes of Daniel Bosman, Timothy Shaw, Adnan Lahadin. That's down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide. Men that were in that Victoria side last year. Waco Besic, he was in that side but had to withdraw due to injury. Paul James was in that side.
Oh!
And it looks like, in all probability, that they're going to come one short here in the semi-final in 2025. Oh, there's another misfield. That takes it to below 10.
I think, if you had to draw the line and sum this game up, I think ultimately will come down to who's been more disciplined with the basics. And today that has been the Tuskers. As we say, they haven't done something phenomenal out of the ordinary. They've just stuck to the basics and they've just done it better today.
Yep. Now, as I said before, it was just basics that got them where they are here. Disciplined bowling, disciplined fielding, and then the batting. Just doing what they need to. And those men there, the coaching staff, it looks like they're going to come one short here. Tantal back into the attack. Punched off the back foot through the offside. The chase is on. And they're going to come through for 3 runs. And every run being applauded here by the teammates of the Tuskers, as well as the supporters that have come and watched their team here.
Coaching staff of the Tuskers, you're more than happy with their team's performance here today. They've done brilliantly. As we said, they've kept to the basics and they've done them well.
Slower delivery. Sure, there'll be a few disappointed men out there from Western Province perspective.
It's a long drive back to Cape Town.
No, they're flying. Sort of flat bats that past Timothy Shaw. That's going to be 4. Scores are tied. Just 1 run needed now for a place in the final.
The scores are level. Just 1 more run required for a great victory here for the Tuskers and securing their spot in the final.
Well, there it is. There it is. 4 runs to boot. What a performance from Tuskers. They came in here into the semi-finals definite underdogs against Western Province that have won every game so far this week. Tuskers managing to win only one, but they've gone on to win this all-important semi-final and book their place in tomorrow's Khaya Majola Platinum Final.
It's been a fantastic day here, and what a job to the Tuskers. As the men congratulating there.
Yeah, those men with food for thought for them as well. They played some good cricket throughout this week. The warning signs probably were there yesterday, where the batting didn't just click, and it didn't click again today, just amassing 174 runs. And the Tuskers, we've said it before and we'll say it again, just went out there and did the basics very, very well, and winning this one by 6 wickets. Magaloza, Basic, Sigabi and Bosman all getting in, but they never really had a chance to go on because they found themselves in so much trouble losing wickets. And then the Tuskers, led by Ben Hockley, leading the way with 58, and were ably supported there by Nadesan, 28, and then Ethan Muir with 25. I mean, it's been a really polished performance this from the Tuskers, and they are well and truly deserved of their victory here today, here at the Johan Volsteedt Oval. So for now, we're going to get John to make his way over to do the man of the match presentation. I wonder who that's going to be, and that is probably one of the most difficult decisions on a day like today, to see who that man of the match is going to be. So from us here, Dominic Hendricks, John, and myself, Eugene Molian, we're going to bid you a farewell, but please stay tuned to see who will be the player of the match from this semi-final.
It's finished. Depends. The bowling performance won them the game, to be honest.
Yeah, but that guy there, at the beginning, the left arm bowled really well.
the Tuskers and the Western Province, with the Tuskers getting the upper hand, winning by 6 wickets. We present to you the winner of the Man of the Match award, the skipper of the Tuskers, Ben Huckley, who steered his team with 58 runs from 88 deliveries. Congratulations, good sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well played.
Right, Ben, it has been an incredible tournament this far, and today you've played an incredible knock. What worked well today for your side?
Well, I mean, obviously the seamers did a fantastic job up front with the new ball, had them 40 for 4, and then we just tried to create pressure, and then they did a good job restricting to 175, and then I just had the mindset, the team had the mindset, take it as long as and deep as possible. We're not going to lose the game, we're going to lose by getting bowled out, so take it deep and we win, and we did that.
Fantastic, and obviously you constructing your innings there. What was your mindset going out into the middle?
Yeah, again with the new ball, I try to look to attack it, get us through to a good start, and then after the first power play, just dig deep, bat long, take as deep as possible. Yeah.
Fantastic. Congratulations on the victory today, and see you tomorrow in the final. Congratulations, Ben Huckley, the captain of the Tuskers, our winner of the Man of the Match. So that concludes